We are all storytellers. But what I want to begin with today are the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, what we are capable of, and what our limitations are. These stories, they're often based on our past experiences, our upbringing, our cultural and societal norms, and the expectations of those around us, and on how we have processed and internalized how we feel about these experiences in our lives. These stories can be positive or negative, empowering or limiting, but they are always there, shaping our beliefs, influencing our actions, and creating our destiny. The stories we tell ourselves are powerful. Far too often, we allow negative self-talk to convince us that we are less than what we truly are, and we can begin to doubt our abilities and worth as a person. This can impact every aspect of our personal and professional lives. If we don't learn to shift our thinking, over time, listening to these negative thoughts can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, reinforcing our negative beliefs and limiting our potential. We shape our lives with our thoughts. And when we can become aware of this, we can begin to control the narrative of what we tell ourselves, as this is the key to create an intentional future. Understanding that those negative stories, they're not fixed or immutable. They're not a reflection of some objective truth about who we are, but rather a product of our own perceptions and interpretations. We make those stories up. And what has silenced us in the past can be what we use to amplify our future. The moment we realize we are the ones responsible for what we do with our lives. So I want to ask of you three things today. First, to challenge any and all of the unhelpful self-talk and negative voices around you. Second, redefine what we are capable of. Redefine what you are capable of, especially when you unite with others. And third, get ready to write a new story, one that inspires you to dare to be the best version of yourselves and achieve your greatest potential. Today and onward, we can break the narrative and write a new story.
Our moment is now. We must change the narrative and redefine our power. It is our time to challenge the beliefs from the past, that calladita te ves más bonita, and recognize that our true beauty and power comes from our uniqueness, our heritage, and the power of our collective voices. We will no longer let society or anyone else define who we're supposed to be or what we can or cannot do. For decades, our madres, our abuelas, our tías, and many others have overcome barriers and challenges in silence. They have broken molds without people noticing and have opened paths without getting recognition, all so that our families, nuestras familias, and the people that they cared for could have a better life. It's time for us to honor the women who silently laid the groundwork before us and to break through to reclaim our power, to stand proud and embrace who we are, not adapt to the stereotypes of who we should be. It's time to tap into our courage and strength, not just for others, but also for ourselves. Let us take the moment to show the same love we give so freely by also looking after ourselves. Only then can we truly be of service in helping those closest to us. Let's take the risk and pursue our dreams with conviction. Let's go out into the world, claim what we deserve, and reap the rewards for all of our hard work. Let's keep striving for ways to encourage and recognize the powerful voices of our comunidad. Together, we can inspire a world where everyone has an opportunity to be heard, to be valued, and to thrive. Latinas make 54 cents to every dollar made by white non-Hispanic men. So saying that Latinas work twice as hard is an understatement. Despite this, Latinas in the US account for nearly $1 trillion in US buying power, being the primary breadwinners and decision makers in over 3 million households. For the last couple of years, Latinas led the creation of small businesses 6 times faster than any other group. However, we're still underserved, undervalued, and underrepresented. It is up to us. It is up to us to stop this now. Not only do we owe it to ourselves, cada una de las que estamos aquí presentes, but we owe it to our daughters, to our nieces, and the younger generations of Latinas so that they can start their professional journey with a leveled playing field where they have an equal opportunity to build and live the life they want and to be whoever they want to be, no matter how far-fetched it may seem. To know that no matter what curveball throws at them, sí se puede.
Welcome, bienvenidos, to the 2023 United Latinas, Latina Leadership Summit. And now your hosts, Sandra Noemi Torres and Ileana Rojas Aldania.
Hello. Okay, this was definitely a bumpy intro, but we're here. Sandra!
Yeah. So I have one more little thing. We have where the chat is disabled, so we're trying to figure that out.
No, it's able now. It's able.
Perfect,
I
perfect.
fixed it. That's fixed. So check.
I almost had a heart attack.
The other thing that happened is, I apologize. This was my thing. I shared a link, and it seems that that's the one that went out. So we have a lot of Ileanas in the room. But feel free to change your name so that we know that you're here. I apologize. That was my my glitch. I pulled the wrong link. But we're here. We're happy. We're excited.
Yep. I am so excited for you guys. I hope, yes, put in the chat where you are from, put your LinkedIn links, make sure that you're connecting with one another. This is how we're going to grow and expand our network. So we have a packed agenda, and we're going to kick it off with doing a giveaway. Why don't we do that? Yeah.
And while we do the giveaway, just for those of you that are not, because I just saw some questions, to change your name, you can, oh, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting. I don't know. If you put your name on the chat, then I can go ahead and start renaming all of you. So just put your name and I'll do the maneuvering on this end if you want your name changed. Thank you. Go ahead, Sandra, for the giveaway.
That is hysterical. All right, so we have a winner for our first giveaway. We're going to give away a copy of the United Latinas new book, Extraordinary Latinas, Volume 2. And the winner of this is Angelica Velasquez. You in the house? You should be. You just filled out our form. Yay! You won a book. Please email us. We will email you. We have your email here. We will ask for your address and we'll send that out to you. Congratulations. Yay. Awesome, awesome. All right, so not to fall behind to our agenda, we are going to get started with our first event of today, which is a beautiful fireside chat. So I will go ahead and introduce our first speaker, which is Beatriz Acevedo from SUMA. Beatriz, are you available?
I'm here.
Wonderful. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning. Buenos dias to everyone.
This is exciting. This is exciting. So we are going to talk about using your Latinidad as a superpower, as an asset, right? I think we have struggled. Many of us have stories where we have, especially in professional environments, where we have felt like we've had to show less of who we are. So I am excited to dive into this conversation with you, Beatriz. This is amazing.
Thank you.
So let's start quickly with like a brief overview of what is Latinidad. I know that can be.
I know you asked me this question like a few minutes before we started, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know that I have like the encyclopedia definition of Latinidad. And I quickly Googled it, and there was so much there. But I'll just answer what it means for me and how I use it in my everyday life and in every one of the businesses that I've built. But for me, it's just really being, using every single thing that makes you different because of your culture, because of your upbringing, because of that very distinct point of view that tends to be unique when you are that only one or first one in a room. And instead of trying to minimize all the things from your culture, I try to amplify it, right? So using everything that is personal to me of my upbringing to really make the best use that I can personally and professionally. So I can tell you that in every single company that I've built, I've leaned hard into my culture, into my Latinidad, to make them, successful businesses. And I know there's so much controversy, as we heard in the introduction, of like, the calladita te ves más bonita is so ingrained in us. The other day, my mom said, I know you don't like the phrase calladita te ves más bonita. So how about en boca cerrada no entran moscas? I'm like, oh my gosh, that's even worse. But I think that when, when our moms or when our abuelitas had to come to this country, being quiet, keeping your head down, not making a lot of waves was something that served them well, right? They wanted to sort of be invisible at that moment. And that was passed on to us just with fear, right? Like, we're here, it's a new country. Some of them have had different immigration status. So just be low key, just be invisible, just keep your head down, just be quiet. But for our generation, and certainly our daughters or nieces' generation, that is definitely not serving. So I would encourage everyone here to be super proud of their Latinidad, which really, to me, like I said, means where we come from and everything that makes us who we are because of our culture and our traditions and all the incredible things that we've learned from our families, from what we grew up eating or listening to, or the sayings that we love. All of those things are part of our Latinidad.
I love that. I have experienced so much of that, and I think many of us, where we've had to kind of shun some of that. So what does it mean, especially in a work environment, when we want to get ahead and get farther? We can think to ourselves, if I show a little bit too much culture, that can hinder me, right? So what are your thoughts on that? How does that translate into a work environment?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's two very distinct point of view on that, and they're contradicting, right? I was reading this Harvard Business Review article that said, don't be loud and don't overuse your hands, and don't wear hoops, which of course I'm wearing here. I didn't say don't wear hoops, the Harvard article, but did say, women who really tend to bring their true selves to work, tend to have less of a chance of, being promoted or becoming CEOs or presidents. And I don't want to dismiss that. I don't want to say that people have not had that experience by any means. I've personally used it in an opposite way. I mean, I definitely do not, but people even in my office say, are we being too loud, right? At a place where, we tend to be the only Latinas. And I'm like, no, like this is how we speak. And to me, this is my normal Latina voice. Or, are we being too enthusiastic? Are we using our hands too much? I use my hands all the time. For me, it served me well, right? I'm very proud to walk into a room, particularly when everyone is the same, as I call it, a sea of sameness when you see that. And that is the way you stand out in that room. For some people, it's uncomfortable. It's worked in my own benefit. So I'm not going to say, maybe for you and your work, being too Latina is going to be incredibly positive, and then God forbid that doesn't happen. I'm just speaking out of my own experience. I like to take up a lot of space in the rooms that I walk into, on purpose as a Latina, with my voice, with my accent, with my red lipstick, with my hoops, with the snacks that I bring to eat, all of it, right? I just lean very, very hard, and that has served me well. I'm incredibly privileged to be, one of the Latinas that is in that stat of, 1% that gets to, or 1 or 2% that gets to be funded, 1 or 2% that gets to sit on corporate boards, 1 or 2% that gets to be on the C-suite. And I've never traded my culture, my Latinidad, my loud voice, my enthusiasm, for anything, right? I think people who want me to be a part of these conversations, of these companies, of these boards, really hire me because of that. They're not expecting me to go and be quiet, and be super vanilla, like some people say, right? Just to be super, like everyone else. Like the expectation of me being in those rooms is that I'm going to be me. So I think that the biggest thing for somebody that might be a bit afraid of doing that, and I love to see my friend Ana Valdez here, is to really know the data of the value that you bring to the organization. Because you're a Latina, what good would you do if you are like everyone else? If you are not proud or are not informed enough to say, listen, and why I mentioned Ana is obviously with the incredible work that she does with the LDC and all the incredible data that she gives us every single year, where you're able to walk in the rooms proudly to say, listen, if you're not in business with Latinas, with Latinos, with people in our community, there's no way you're going to be able to grow, right? And really know those facts, really know those stats, really carry yourself with a lot of swagger and your head high. If it wasn't because of us, GDP would not be growing at the rate that it's growing in the US. Workforce would not be growing at the rate that it is. Like entrepreneurship would not be anywhere near launching companies without Latinas, even when we get the least amount of capital, even when we get the least amount of supports being in those places of privilege or on those C-suites. So for me, it's always advocating for who we really are, not for who people think, or have their unconscious bias of who they think we are or how media has portrayed us, but who we really are and how much they need us, fully as ourselves, fully with our Latinidad, fully with our, maybe not everybody has a loud voice like me, but with our enthusiasm that our culture gives us, in these places. So I think the data is a really, really strong asset that we have, that we really need to know really, really well. I think my kids can recite every single piece of data that Ana and the LDC have put out, and they roll their eyes because they're like, we know Latinos are the so-and-so. But you know what? Now that they did their, college essays, and they asked them, what are they proud of? How can they contribute? How are they going to do better in the world? They have that data available. And I'm incredibly grateful, that we have that as our arm of why we need to be in those rooms, why we need to be ourselves, and why we need to bring our entire culture into these organizations, whether you're an employee or whether you're building a company.
I love that so much, Beatrice. Like we often, why are we loud? First of all, right? Like, I've always been told that, like, oh, you're so loud. I'm like, well, I'm just talking normally. I mean, how many people in the audience, like, how many of you have been told you're loud or you have a loud voice? And I love that you said that it is part of our enthusiasm. We have this love and thirst for life, and I think that is innate, part of our heritage.
My mom lives with us, so my husband's always asking me, are you fighting with your mom, or that's just the way you guys talk? I'm like, no, that's just the way we talk. We're enthusiastically debating some topic. So anyway, yeah, but listen, whether it's that or anything else, some people might be quiet, and that's okay. That does not make you less Latino or Latina. But whatever it is that you are proud of, I think for many years people thought, I need to repress that. I need to fit in more, I need to be more mainstream. And I need to be like the others to be promoted. For me, it's definitely worked the other way around. I don't think I would be invited to a lot of, important tables if I was like everybody else and if I just blended in with everyone else. I think the expectation they have is that I'm going to bring, my whole culture and knowledge of my community into these places.
Yeah. I think the loudness is just part of our intention, especially when you're loud in a space, you have something to say and you're passionate about it. So definitely take up space. I love that you said that. So what about when we think about it on a negative? Like, how can we overcome stereotypes that we may see in the perceptions of Latinidad in the workplace when it comes to stereotypes?
I mean, overcoming stereotypes is hard, right? Because obviously, to who? Like, I mean, as long as you don't have a stereotype for yourself. I think for me, when we talk about, I think media plays a really critical role. And it's incredibly depressing to see how little we are represented in media. And whenever we are represented, we're badly represented, right? So obviously, many people think perception is reality, and the perception that people have of Latinos is completely wrong at times. But as long as you don't have that perception, I mean, my biggest concern about media, more than what others think about me or my kids or my family or my own community, is less than what media does to ourselves, to our kids, right? Is media limiting us in how big we think we can dream, right? If you never see yourself as a CEO or as an astronaut or as a whatever role that now we're seeing incredible Latinas fill these roles, and that's amazing. But if you don't grow up seeing that, is it limiting the belief of our own children of how big you can dream? How big can you aspire to be? And that does not need to be a CEO by any means, right? There is incredible jobs that don't need to be in a C-suite or don't need to be, an entrepreneur, but just that doesn't limit the way we see ourselves. So that's really my concern when it comes to changing stereotypes, that we change them for ourselves, that we don't believe them ourselves. To change, a neighbor or to change a work colleague, I guess we'll change it with our work. We'll change it, the moment they see. I've had to, beg CEOs to take Latino kids as interns that don't come from Ivy League schools, right? And I say, can you please take these kids who are extraordinary, but they're opportunity youth. They might have been in foster care. They might have been previously incarcerated. They're not at a Ivy League school. They're potentially at a, community college, which they are the ones I hire first, because everybody else already has an opportunity. And the bias is always strong, right? Oh my gosh, I don't know that I want these opportunity youth kids when I can have an Ivy League kid that's also a Latino or a Black kid or a woman or a person with a disability. And I'm like, can you please give them an opportunity? How the stereotypes changes within a few months. They're like, oh my God, these kids are extraordinary. We've never seen somebody with such a work ethic, with such a hustle. So grateful for these opportunities. So I think the way we change stereotypes for others is just being ourselves, showing, not for anybody else that you're going to show your value, but being ourselves. We know we are hardworking. We know we are honest. We know we are community driven. We know there's so many characteristics of how extraordinary Latinos are that should help change the stereotype. But my biggest stereotype that I want to change is with the younger generations or with ourselves. When we say, I don't know that I can do this, or this is going to be too hard, or I look at the data and I'm never going to get funding, or I'll never get to that role, or I'm never going to get that promotion. That's the first stereotype we have to change within ourselves. Everything is possible. We see Latinas thriving every day. Is it harder for many of them? 100%, right? You have to overcome so much. You're already starting the race way behind everyone else. So succeeding is like, oh my gosh, against all odds, we succeeded, but we see Latinas doing it every single day. A lot of them on the book that you guys just published, and all of them on this call that I see the names out there. So there's plenty of examples for us to not believe those stereotypes that we've been told for, many generations before. And know that, like we heard at the beginning, and like our, friend Dolores Huerta says, sí se puede. We have to work harder and we shouldn't, yes, but that's where we're at in this generation. Hopefully our daughters or our nieces won't need to do that.
I love that. I love that. We have to do what we needs to do until we're across that line. So let's talk briefly about the idea of collectivism, which is a lot of our culture. We look out for the community versus self-reliance in a business setting, right? Because we have to, when many of us have uncovered, like we have to be self-reliant to a degree, yet really understanding how we can bring others up with us at the same time, right? So including both of those, because it's like, if you're in business, you have to look out for you. You got to be self-reliant. And I think that is, especially for my generation, it's always been, you hear the term, the crabs in a barrel syndrome. Like if you're the only Latina in the leadership team, you think, well, if there's another one, I have to they're only going to take one up there, like there's only space for one of us to be up there, versus really advocating for the power of our collectivism in those spaces as well, not fighting for position, but really claiming the fact that, we can do much better when we work together. But what are your thoughts on that, on self-reliance and collectivism?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's very ingrained in our culture of, others before self, just in the way we grew up. I'll get to the workplace in a second. But, the American ethos is definitely very self-reliant, self before others. We learn in our families, it's others before self. And that's the problem that I have to this day, where on my priority list, my name is at the very, very bottom, right? First is like, okay, my kids and my mom and my husband and, my colleagues at work, and everyone else is top of my list before I put myself on the list. And that's a very cultural thing. I think that when it comes to the workplace, though, super interesting that you bring this up. There's been so much scarcity, right? Like real, you guys had that data and those numbers at the beginning of how little, particularly Latinas, have gotten, that I feel that with my generation, the older Latinas, in our 50s or 60s, there are some, not everybody, that tends to be a bit less generous, right? With saying, okay, let me bring in the next generation of Latinas, because maybe that's how they feel. Well, I don't want to be replaced, or there's only room for me. That's another area where I've been pretty rebellious, right? Even when I didn't have a mentor, right? Or no, people are like, well, nobody helped me, why am I going to help? And I didn't have like a clear path of a sponsor, a mentor, somebody helping me guide, where to go next, or how do I advance in my career. I never think that way, right? I think that, the way you building social equity, I think, is the most important thing, more than you hanging on to those roles or positions that you don't want to share with others. The way I've done it, which I learned this term very recently, actually, somebody was like, you've built so much social equity, and I had to Google it. But really why I think that is which really, if I call somebody and I ask for something, they're always willing to help. because I'm always willing to help. I always show up, and I actually rarely would ask something for me. It's always really for somebody else, particularly another Latina that I'm trying to support. So I think that, the more generous that you are, I think that that mentality of the crabs in the bucket is completely off. I think the more generous that you are, I'm a firm believer in the universe. I'm not generous for me to be rewarded. That I was born, I guess, with that sort of personality. The better you end up doing, right? It's just really, really true. And if at some point, I have a list of Latinas that are ready for boards, that are ready for keynotes, that are ready for interviews, and I promote them every single day. Every single day, I'm promoting other Latinas, and the opportunities don't stop coming for me ever, right? So I do encourage everybody to think that way. The more you give, the more you'll have. And it is our time to really bring up other Latinas. I want to make sure that when I'm no longer in this world, or I'm no longer in the workforce, there is a strong bench of talented Latinas ready to lead. And we know we have them in our community. Talent is equal. Opportunity is not. And it is on us to open those doors to opportunity for as many people in our community as we can.
Wow, Beatrice, we can go on for another half hour. This has been amazing. Just all of the knowledge that you've dropped, taking up space, advocating for others. There's more than enough space for all of us at the top. I think is such a resonating message. It's not going to hurt you when you're helping other Latinas. So we're all helping the cause and helping each other in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And listen, I think we're out of time, right? I don't know. I'm very long-winded in my answers, but I do want to, before we go, my latest startup that I'm working in is all about financial health. Not having economic power will not give us power in this country, unfortunately, and really understanding our finances, understanding all the things that we didn't talk in our sobremesa growing up in our families. We want to address at Suma Wealth. So we want to make sure that everybody here gets an opportunity to have a free premium membership that we call our wealth building membership. And there's a link that I know we were going to post somewhere here for everyone who wants to take advantage of it to check it out. So you'll get a financial limpia, financial checkup, not with sage or an egg, but with data science on your finances. And then the good AI money coach will help you stay on track. So for anybody who wants to check it out, we'd love to gift you guys some memberships.
That is amazing.
I just posted the link.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Beatrice. This has been amazing. And yeah, I don't know if you have any last statement, but everything that you've shared was gold, and we see a lot of comments in the chat. So thank you so very, very much.
Thank you guys for having me. And I can't wait to hear from the other amazing panelists that I so much respect. Thank you, everyone. Have a great conference.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, guys, we are moving on to our next panel discussion. This is going to be an amazing conversation between Jaime Marrero and Luisa Mendoza, and they're going to be speaking on navigating entrepreneurship as a Latina. So are you ladies ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Hello.
Hi, please enable my video, please.
Same here.
There we go.
Gracias, Sandra. Yay. And hey, Luisa.
Hello, Sammy. How are you?
I'm doing great. And we want to say hi to everyone. And we want to just get right to it, right? We're going to be talking about that shift that we both experienced going from corporate into entrepreneurship, from worker bees to queen bees. And so just to provide a little context, Luisa, talk to me about your business, and that way everyone's aware of what we do, right, on a day-to-day.
Absolutely, Sammy. Well, first I want to say buenas tardes, mujeres bellas. And any man that's on here watching, gracias por el apoyo. And I just want to take a moment to say to Sandra and Ileana, bravo, what an amazing kickoff. So grateful to be in this together. And Sammy, so happy to be sharing the stage with you to talk about that, something that's so near and dear to our hearts, and that is entrepreneurship, right? Of making that shift from corporate America, nice, big, comfy jobs, and, and what in the world made us say, you know what? We want to work hard for ourselves. And so I took the leap of faith to leave the MBA working for the Brooklyn Nets with a background in tourism. I saw that there was a huge gap between sports and tourism. And January of 2020, I decided to launch Global Tourism, Sports and Entertainment to be a one-stop shop for the world to have an opportunity to buy tickets to any sporting event in the United States and beyond. But more to come, because remember the year I started and the month, January.
Oh my
2020.
goodness, yes. And it's like, que locura, right? And so then I too started my business from one moment to the other, and we'll get into that in a moment, in 2008. So Urbander is a solutions-driven communications firm, and our focus right now is restoring trust, right, in the business community through multimedia, multicultural content development offerings, and all that good stuff. And so launching the business in 2008 was quite an undertaking. And I remember my father telling me, pero estás loca. We're in the middle of a recession. Are you crazy? But at that moment, I felt like I had no other option because there were millions of people being laid off. I was one of them, right? And so that was a moment where I just had to put the machete between my teeth and start hunting, right? And so talk to me about you launching the business during another epic crisis, right? The pandemic. And so we can talk about those hard times and how we've landed on solid ground.
Absolutely. And I think that's such an important question because our goal today is to be real and just talk about not only the successes and, obviously we know we live in a world where social media portrays, the awards, the speaking opportunities, but what happens behind that? Like, the tears and the fears and how did we overcome that to get to where we are today? And so as I shared, January 2020, I'm like, this is going to be the year of my life, the best year. February, Univision calls me to be interviewed as the first Latina in the United States to start a global sports, tourism, and entertainment company. I have 6-figure deals with multiple teams in the US. And then March, the pandemic hit. And then I got COVID. And for me, I was like, okay, God, universe, whatever you want to call it, what are you trying to teach me here? And what are the lessons? Because I have learned that everything in life happens for a reason. And at the moment, it's like Steve Jobs. He used to say, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. And today, what I realized is that the pandemic was probably one of the best things that happened for the growth of my business, for me to get to where I am today, because for the first time, people slowed down and people could talk and people actually would listen to you. And so I was able to do tons of focus groups to really understand the gap that there was between sports and tourism, and how could we be the bridge to unite both industries. And, I think for me, in terms of some key elements of even starting in such a hard time like you and in the pandemic, it was our network, right? And I think that's one of the things that we both identified, is that when I didn't know what was going to happen because the world was so uncertain, the world was locked down, there was no sports, there was no tourism, there was no entertainment. Mm-hmm. But my values, my core, my mission, I knew is that was what gave me the strength to take care of my parents and my daughter and to never give up no matter what. That kept me going, pedal to the metal, right? Like just keep on going. And for me, truly, I think the the big thing I always say, and obviously in the book, I talk about having angels and in a business suit. But for me, it was creating those alliances and being able to really reach out to the US Travel Association and say to them, how can I get involved in the largest tourism trade show? And it was a white male, ladies, right? And we make them our allies. They're not the enemy in the room. How can we work with them? Is my message, right? And I said to Malcolm Smith, I said, Malcolm, I need to be at IPW, but my company just took off and we've made no money because there's been no sports tourism or entertainment. And he goes, Luisa, I know your background and I believe in you. And I want you to be our official sports and tourism ambassador to the United States Travel Association and IPW. And I share that with you, ladies, because one moment, one phone call, and Sammy, I can't wait for you to share your phone call that gave you the opportunity. But that phone call changed the trajectory of GTSE, and the rest is history, you know. So I'll start with that, and love for you to jump in and share your call, right? I think we could have a book called the call that changed my life.
Oh my goodness. And that's and so just so everyone knows, Lisa and I already had a one-on-one before this where we were crying. So now we can like keep it together, right? And share without these types of emotional, right, interruptions. But this whole idea that entrepreneurship is so sexy, you know, it's important to share those first few months, those first few years of these experiences, because it's a very lonely road, people, very, very lonely road. And so when I started, it was very abrupt. I was working for the New York Post at the time for 4 years, living la vida loca, just really, you know, with a corporate car, traveling. It was like epic, right? And so while I thought I had my stuff together, all of a sudden this external thing called a recession affected everybody, was asked to move back to New York City to keep my job. And I said, no, right? I'm based out of Orlando. I had just had my son. And so I just negotiated a severance pay, but I had no roots here in Orlando. And so what I had to do was start calling everybody on my Rolodex. Remember those? Okay. Person after person, coast to coast, calling everybody I knew, telling them I'm open for business because there was no jobs to be found, right? Paying what I thought I was worth, and also here in the local market. So that being said, after I placed all my calls, then I sat y todo lo que se oían eran grillo, crickets, right? It was so scary, you know, but I kept on toiling, creating my value proposition, working on packages, just getting ready for that call, for that window of opportunity. But I got to tell you, about 2 weeks before, okay, and I kept on seeing that bank account, right, dwindling. The house was already delinquent. My mortgage was delinquent because I had to buy baby formula, and I was, you know, doing la compra on those credit cards and jacking up, you know, those bills. I almost lost my mind one day, and I clearly remember, you know, that I completely collapsed, and I said, Lord, please throw me a freaking bone, because I'm about to lose my mind. I'm about to lose my mind. And about 2 days later, I get a call from Lara Walks, a white female, good friend of mine from the publishing industry. And she calls me up and she tells me, hey, are you still in business? And I said, absolutely. And I said, why? She's like, I'm going to Africa for 2 weeks, and my marketing manager just quit. She was the marketing director at that time for Parents Magazine. Remember Meredith and Parents Magazine? I don't know if they're still around, but she tells me I have to go away, and my marketing manager just quit. And you're the only person, the same as Luisa, right? Is that reputation that you build in your corporate career, right? Precedes you, okay, and follows you throughout. And she says, and there's no one I trust to work on these RFPs, because it was the planning season for media on Unilever and Procter & Gamble and GM and all of these big brands, right? Then you. Will you take over for me, right? While I travel for 2 weeks? And I said, absolutely, under one condition. And this goes back to Beatrice's comment about the ask, right? We need to learn what to ask and when to ask. And I told my girlfriend Lara, and I said, under one condition, if you give me a 3-month contract. And her response was, you're so mean. Okay, give me 10 minutes. And she called me back. Okay, 10 minutes later, she says, you got it. I have nothing else left for the rest of the year. It's October. It's $13,500. And I remember the number because it was my first big break. And she's like, when I get back and in January, we'll discuss your new contract, but for the love of God, tell me yes, that you're going to help me while I'm away. And I said, oh yeah. And so then I was able to pay my mortgage, get it up to date, and that really saved the day. So it's those relationships, people, lean in on each other. We can't be gatekeepers. We can't be greedy. We can't be stingy. We can't be mean. Kindness. Let's exercise kindness and open doors and edify each other. And so in that, what do you feel is the magic sauce aside from relationships? What else has worked for you as you've navigated, right, this new experience of entrepreneurship, Luisa?
Absolutely, Sammy. And again, thank you for sharing that story because I just love, like I think one of the big things, even in hearing you say, is being intentional and putting things out into the universe. You are the average of the 6 people that you spend time with. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I really am so keen on who I surround myself with. I love to be around people that believe in me, that will have my back. And so creating that community of friends, of mentors. During the pandemic, when I was just launching my business and obviously had all these bills and I was like, how am I going to do this? Having faith for me was huge and being grateful for every opportunity. And in that, I started listening to people like Oprah Winfrey, like Mark Cuban, Tony Robbins. These were my go-to every day on YouTube, right? And one thing that Mark Cuban said was, the best investment you will ever make is the investment you make on yourself. Mm-hmm. And so I hired a business coach. With the little that I had, I was like, okay, let me hire a business coach. And I hired Marcus Ogden, who his story just touched me because he went from being an NFL player, making millions, to an entrepreneur, making wrong decisions, losing everything, becoming a janitor, hitting rock bottom, and rising to the top today as a world-renowned author, motivational speaker, and business coach. I was like, that's my guy. And so I hired him, and he's been a part of my life since the pandemic. And he helps me to be very intentional, clear. I have a bi-weekly call with him and bi-monthly call, twice a month I meet with him. And we talk about what are my successes, what are my challenges. And one of the main things that he taught me in the midst of all of this was to diversify my portfolio, to not put all my eggs in the same basket, especially in this economy, ladies. And he asked me a very powerful question that led me to open 2 other companies during the pandemic. He said, what are you really good at that you can start monetizing? Yes. And where do you have expertise? And that's when I realized that I could represent companies in Latin America because of my background. Before the MBA, I was the director for Spain and Latin America for the NYC and Company, the official tourism office for New York. So I built a company, brought 2 business partners on board for that one. And then he asked me another really amazing question. He said, if you could do one job and not get paid $1 to do it, what would that be? And I said, to be a speaker, to motivate, to empower, to help others. And he said, well, there's your other business. And I was like, really? So I went into the pandemic with one business, freaking out, like, oh my God. And I came out of the pandemic with multiple businesses, learning to not put all my eggs in one basket. And I'm like, and just having a team that I can delegate, learning that it's okay to not have all the answers, to be vulnerable, to build an empire. It can't be an empire of one. You have to have people supporting you. And it starts with those mentors, those business coaches, and pushing yourself. And I always say, if your dreams don't scare you, then you're not dreaming big enough. And I say that to my daughter every day. I'm like, what are you dreaming for? And she tells me this. I'm like, are you scared? And she goes, not yet. I'm like, then dream bigger, baby, dream bigger. And so I think that's some of the key foundations of critical lessons that I learned, and just trying to outpour to all of these amazing people that are watching us today, so that they too can be inspired, because many might be on the fence. But what was it for you, Sammy? I'm curious, along
For
the
me,
way.
yes, for me, it was, so things that I learned very quickly. Number one is that I needed a good CPA and a good lawyer. So if you're looking to start your business, start with, I mean, you must, it's the best money you'll invest to, aside from obviously getting a coach or a mentor, right? But really, a CPA and a good lawyer is critical, and to start establishing a relationship with a banking institution. So those are the three things, right? Banking or the finances, the CPA and the lawyer. Then also, look around you, pause, and find other organizations or companies or suppliers that you can collaborate with to build bandwidth quickly. Break bread with people. That's how I network. Let's have lunch on me, right? Let's do this, right? So we can get to know each other and become intimate with each other's strengths, right? So that we can quickly and swiftly pitch account together and build business quicker. And then last but not least, I became very, very involved in the community, like extremely involved, so much that 5 years later, I started a nonprofit, because to me, in our community, entrepreneurship and activism and advocacy are not mutually exclusive, right? And so in these spaces, I was able to demonstrate our capabilities, the quality of our work. I could exercise my advocacy muscle and speak up, right? And entrepreneurship, I feel, afforded me the freedom to say what I say and say what I mean, right? I show up in spaces and really take up a lot of space respectfully, right? But assertively, because it's what we need to do. And so I feel that those are some of the big ahas and big things, right? That have afforded me to now stand walking into our quinceañero, right, on solid ground, and then continue to meet. And even if we have overlapping services, it's important to join forces with other people so you can also learn more, right? And always add on to your capabilities. I remember one client once says, hey, I love the video content that you produce for us. Do you guys do animations? And I said, absolutely, embuste. I had never done animations, but I knew who to call, right? In my network, someone I totally trusted, and we banged it on. I can't even tell you how many animated series we've done since, right? So it's great. But I wanted to, another thing that's very similar in both our trajectories, Luisa, is that we're both self-funded. We decided not to find investors, right? And to self-fund. Tell me your why. Tell me your why.
I'm going to be 100% transparent here, because I believe that, that's what today's about: authenticity and being real. So when I launched my business, I initially was going to I had my investor deck, and I was going to go the investor route. But ladies, when a door closes, sometimes is the best thing that can happen to you. I am so grateful today that I did not take money from investors, because along the way, I met someone who said to me the most powerful thing. He said, do not bring on investors for positions that you can hire. Mm-hmm. And I want you guys to listen to that very carefully, because that can save you so many, at the end of the day, your company is your baby. And every time you bring an investor, yes, they'll give you money, but you are losing a portion of your company. Mm-hmm. And it all depends on the business. There are some businesses that you don't need so much capital at the beginning, mm-hmm. and you can self-fund. And if you can, and then you can go that route, amazing. Other businesses, maybe not. But in our, I guess both of us, we were lucky enough that our business model, we didn't need so much cash up front. We didn't need stores. We didn't have merchandise and all of that. It was different what we were doing. That I'm glad at the end of the day, it all worked out the way it did. And today, you know, again, I think one of the things with business is you have to be prepared to constantly be evolving. Whatever your business plan is today, that's awesome. But I guarantee you 3 years from now, you'll look back and say, oh my God, if I would have just been in business, you can't look at things black and white. You got to live in the gray. And for me, that was huge, was being able to not bring on those investors at the beginning. Down the road, I don't know if I may need one. So I don't want to completely, you can't burn bridges, right?
Claro.
You never know. But for now, I'm so grateful that I was self-funded, and it's tough. And I was reading some of the comments as Latinas, I mean, Latinos in general, whether you're a man or a woman, to get a loan and to get funding, it's so difficult. And now add the Latina component, a woman and a female, it's tough. So if you get it, great. If you don't, see how you can be creative. But the less people that you have to bring on as investors, the more control you will have of your company. And that for me was something that just has made so much of a difference. What about you, Sammy?
Well, to me, I wanted to just, to me, the same thing. Well, I maxed out my credit cards, had to buy, equipment and stuff like laptop and all of that. But yes, it was a small investment to get going because it was all here, right? But I was part of a 2-year program with Georgia Tech and Morehouse College and my girlfriend Lakeisha in Atlanta, where we were creating an ecosystem of minority business enterprises in the Southeast. And part of it was a design thinking process and the whole thing. But we did some research and we interviewed 64 minority business enterprises. And I think this is valuable information. What came out of the research was that we asked them, go back to those first 6 months that you were in business. What is that magic number in terms of capital that would have made your life easier? Basically, so you could do research and development to set everything up and not be como que asfixiado, right? And some said more, some said less, but the magic number was $30,000. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really a lot of money. But if you're thinking of going the entrepreneurship route, just use that as a barometer, right? As a barometer of what the average, right, need is to make sure you cover your bills and that you're able to focus on your business plan, on really planning. Not like me. At the beginning, I was winging it because I had to put food on the table, right? But eventually, right, as I learned the art of entrepreneurship, because it is an art, then I was able to then also share. And this is what we're trying to do, is share with all of you the ways in which you can jump into entrepreneurship, right? And dodge some balls that might come your way. So that way you mitigate risk and you're able to land on the other side successfully, right? And in a quicker amount of time. And so now I'm happy to say that I have a business line of credit, but yes, it was completely self-funded. And it took a little bit of time, right? To be able to find out how it works, how to read a balance sheet, what cash flow was all about, right? And the P&L and all of these things that allow you to understand how healthy or not your business is and what's the low-hanging fruit so you can start generating revenues as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. And we see Sandra's back.
Oh my gosh, guys, there's so many comments in the chat. Sammy, what a powerful and bold move. Beautiful story. God's timing is perfect. Anyone want to leave their corporate jobs now, hearing from this panel? That's a great one. Yes, so powerful, absolutely spot on. Self-funding, it's tough. Stiletto strapping, that's a good one. You gotta start using that one. You have to ask. I love that. Don't have your eggs in one basket. It's important to connect with others. You mentioned diversify your portfolio. How powerful is that? Luisa, let's get a good coach. That's profound. And Sammy, CPA and a good lawyer.
Yes. One last thing I want to comment though is about the challenge with motherhood though, right? I was guilt-ridden for many years until maybe 2 years ago about feeling as inadequate, because as Latinas we're defined, right, by how we mother and our caregiving, if you're a tia, madrina, if you haven't birthed children, still as being a caregiver. And so until a friend, an older friend, businesswoman too, told me, Nena, you're fine. You're modeling behavior and they're learning stuff that they wouldn't learn, right? Normally. And I'm like, oh, okay, good perspective. Thank you. And so then I'm guilt-free now.
That's so important. And I guess to end, and I agree with you, Sammy. I was just there the other day. I was telling my daughter something of when I was young and my parents were so much older, and my mom would come to school with me and the kids would be like, oh, look at your grandma. And it was my mom. And my daughter said to me, and this is the moment I can connect with you, Sammy. My daughter says, Mommy, I wonder how many of those kids that made fun of you are now an entrepreneur. They're probably working 9 to 5s. And I was like, okay, all right, we're doing this. We're bringing them up and teaching them as role models. But my last nugget of wisdom that I would be so remiss if I didn't share. The one thing for me that got me from corporate to entrepreneurship, the one piece of advice from Julia Pimsleur, the author of $1 Million Woman, when I went to her conference, she said to me 2 things. 1, build a business plan. I had no idea, guys. I looked up business plans. I was like, how do I do this? And 2, she said, you have 1 week to complete it. I was like, está loca. I'm a full-time mother. I take care of my parents. I'm going on a business trip. And this woman wants a business plan in a week. And she said, yes, because if I give you a month, it'll take a month. If I give you 6 months, it'll take 6 months. If I give you a year, you'll take a year. And then the second thing that she said to me that was bomb, like it was like mic drop. She said, remember, perfection is the enemy of done. Don't wait for it to be perfect. Just get it done, because a business plan is constantly evolving.
We need a mic drop, like, oh. Okay, that was amazing. That was amazing. We have so many comments in the chat. You ladies are like gold. I can't wait to do this again with you guys. Thank you so much for such a beautiful share. Everybody's been inspired. I think that rejuvenated. If you're thinking about starting a business, we got to take risks. We got to take challenges. We got to go for it. So you guys are exemplified that so beautifully, and just, I love you guys. You know that I love you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are moving now on to a power talk conversation. I'm excited to introduce Erasmin Lopez Cobo. Hopefully I pronounced that completely all the way right. So I'm excited to welcome her to you. And her talk is Finding Your Purpose by Embracing Challenges. So Erasmin, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And Luisa and Sammy, that talk, that very genuine, down-to-earth conversation was just very, very inspiring, I have to say. And I'm just very grateful and honored to be part of this group of ladies. I'm very grateful to Ileana and Sandra for inviting me on this journey, because I have said that we have found kind of like a true sisterhood through this whole process. And one of the things that I have noticed in these types of presentations and conferences and summits is that the topics are many times focused on success. How can you achieve success? And what are the steps that you need to take? And what I love about this type of conversation, like the one that Luisa was having right now, it's all about, also, what are your own weaknesses and what are the challenges that you encounter, through those journeys. And many times we tend to kind of like fast forward through those challenges. And what I have found is that from those challenging times are the times, many times, when you learn the most. So I wanted to do my power talk about challenges. I have certainly encountered a lot of them, and I'm sure you have as well. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I wanted to bring to life kind of like key nuggets that I have learned through my own experience through art, because I think that art really evokes strong emotions, and it can really connect you with your own personal journey, which is the idea of what we're doing right now. So let me see if we can go ahead and let me share this. and let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, very
You're
well.
good.
We're good to go. And let me put it like this. Okay, so starting a little bit with the main learnings. I have to say, and I share in the book, as many other ladies, very graciously shared their own stories. In my own case, from a very young age, I had to kind of like learn from ongoing challenging situations. And I will always say, don't judge people by their cover. Many times they're going through hard situations and you have no idea, right? In my own case, for example, I had to overcome a chronic health condition since very, very young. And then as many of you had to move to a new country and leave everything behind and everyone behind. Once I had already kind of like a solid kind of like stable life, and come to a new country and work in a new language and connect with new people and create a new network. And from all that, great opportunities have come. But I can't say that it has not been challenging. And of course, from then moving from one city to the other, looking for the best opportunities. And so it's just one of those things that it's ongoing. And in the same thing that change is ongoing, I will say that challenging times are ongoing. And we really have to just, learn from them. So the main kind of like nuggets of wisdom that I have found on my own journey, and I humbly share them with you. Hopefully they can help you. And if not, at least you can enjoy the art. But I'm going to go very high level and then cover each of them. Challenges are not unique to each of us. We're all going through them. If we're open for growth, they can really gel significant growth. But it's only if we're open to that. They can help you identify who are the people that are with you, that are your network, that can really support you, and how can you support them, and who are the people that are just creating noise in your life. They can help you prioritize your whole self, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. They can help you find your unique voice, and that's something hard, but once you find it, no one can stop you, and force your character in the process. And they can also help you kind of like find that bigger purpose. And once you find that bigger purpose, you can start acting on that bigger purpose. And, what's your legacy and how can you also, impact others in their own life? I'm a big believer that as Latinas, we need to find our own voices, but we need to be having an impact in our own community. It needs to be a sisterhood, and we have to have a unified voice as a group without losing your individual self. And then finally, challenges can really teach you to be humble, flexible, and ready to recalculate for the next one. So with that, I'm going to go to the first one, and it's just, challenges are not unique to you, right? We're all going through them, and the best thing to do is give yourself time and space to process. And I will say that many times, that's not possible, but when you do have a little bit of time to react, hold yourself back and acknowledge your feelings. And once you acknowledge your feelings, kind of like start thinking strategically, why are you going through a specific situation? And that can avoid you to have immediate reactions that might not lead to the best resolution of the challenge. Then many times, and I know it had happened to all of us, we are so focused on that tree, on that problem, on that person that told us something, on that we are not taking a step back and looking at that imminent forest and realizing that this is something very specific to a specific period of time, and we can get into a resilient mindset to get to the next step. And I will say that is, a very important part of going through challenges. What I put in there, resilience doesn't make challenges less painful, but it helps you focus your energy on recovering and moving on to the next phase. And that's important. It's not that sometimes are not going to be painful, but in your mindset, you have, let's see how I can start building for my next chapter that makes the whole difference. Then we go to the next one, and it's open yourself for growth. I don't know if it had happened to you. To me, for example, I have felt sometimes that I have gone a whole year without having significant growth. And sometimes in a specific month, in a specific week, I will grow what I would usually grow in longer periods of time, right? And it's just because many times challenging times come. And at that point, if you are open to let your ego aside, if you are open to lower your guard and really let the experience sink in, you can really start growing and evolving to that next phase, right? So from that, it's just important to start identifying, okay, this happened to me, but why? What are the key learnings? And be purposeful about it, be strategic about it. And let go of maybe the habits and the behaviors that are really part of you and you're really proud of, but that maybe led you to that challenge to start with, and start thinking, okay, what is it that I need to change? And then from there, you open yourself for growth. And what I put in here is challenges can become opportunities when we are open to growing and willing to become the catalyst of our own evolved selves. So the next one is one that to me is just very, very important. And is during challenging times, you can really build community. You can take a step back. You can start thinking, who are the people that surround me that can really support me in this moment? Who are the people that have similar values? And I will always say, go back to your values. And that doesn't mean going connecting only with people that are like-minded and that only think like you. You know, we connect with people from different backgrounds, with different perspectives. But one thing that can really bring us together and can help us identify our network is values. That is the core of everything. And then you start cutting unnecessary noise. And the more you grow, you realize that you have to cut unnecessary people in your life that are not adding value to you, or that you are not adding value to them. You identify the common vision. So maybe different backgrounds, different perspectives, similar values, and a common vision. And then you get ready to support each other. So if they're supporting you, be ready to support them, to give back. And I think that is always key when you're building that sisterhood. So never underestimate the power of relationships, nor to your support circle, and think of it as a key ingredient in a good recipe for life. The next one to me, it's very core, and is prioritizing your whole self. We are Latinas, and we are known for wearing 1,000 hats, and we are the core of everybody. We are the core of our immediate families, of our extended families in the US, of our extended families outside of the US, of our communities, so many times we're just overwhelmed wearing all these different hats and playing all these different roles. And we start realizing that we're not prioritizing ourselves. And even if we say, yes, I'm prioritizing myself, if you really do a self-evaluation, you find that maybe you are close to last in that priority list based on the actions that you're taking every day, not based on how you're rationalizing it, but based on your daily actions. So it's definitely important when you're going through challenging situations to understand, okay, let me go back to me and do a little bit of an integral wellness assessment. And there are many tools out there, right, that we can find for this, to understand my physical, my emotional, my social, my occupational wellness. Am I really fulfilled? And if I'm not, where do I need to work? Strategize around prioritizing yourself. And really, this is very important. Many times we tend to feel very selfish when we prioritize ourselves. And the key here is to understand that if we are not healthy and fulfilled, we're not our best version. And this is a disservice to ourselves and to everybody around us. So just moving along, finding your voice. When we're going through challenging times, many times it helps to connect with people that have different opinions, different perspectives, and then start understanding what is our unique point of difference. What is our uniqueness? And we all have a uniqueness. We all have it. And we just need to identify it to be able to shine. And when we're going to challenges, many times that helps you strengthen your character. And from there, you start identifying, but from here, I end up kind of like solving this problem this way. And I did it on my own way. And I found my voice doing this. And once you do that, let them hear you and make it loud. The next one is act on your purpose. And it's what I said at the beginning. To me, it's just key. As Latinas, that we identify, okay, I have done all this to grow as a person, as a professional, as an entrepreneur. But from there, from all these experiences and skills, how am I connecting this with my passions? And how am I connecting my passions with a purpose that is bigger than myself? How am I going to leave a legacy? And how am I going to make sure that I'm giving back? And, once you find that, just act on it. And what I have here is have a legacy, make an impact, big or small, make it count. And what is important there to me is like many times we just say, this is just too small. Why am I going to be dedicating that this much time? It's not going to make a huge impact. If we're changing one person's life, we're making an impact. And I have found that, for example, through a beautiful experience in my foundation, the Wellness for Growth organization, that we have helped so many people, but everybody that touches other people's life, you see immediately how they growing in their journey and how much they get out of their journey. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning, challenging times are great opportunities to really be humble, to let our ego aside, and to learn how to be flexible and to recalculate. So it's all about having a vision. Yes, you work towards it. Yes, do it every day. But at the same time, we need to accept that life comes at us. And when it comes at us, we need to be ready to, as I mentioned before, take a step back, lean into our network, find our unique voice, find kind of like and assess our whole self. And then from there, start thinking, okay, what is going to be my next journey, my next step? And the most important part, and this is something that I learned very, very young from my mother, she told me something that stick into my mind, and it's a well-known phrase that life can only be understood when you look backwards on it. And it's true. I mean, when you look back, you start connecting the dots. And sometimes there are things that in the moment, they do not make sense. And when you start connecting the dots, you see how your purpose unveils in front of your eyes. So the key to keep going is having the flexibility and intelligence to recalculate and understand that eventually we end up making sense of the journey. And I just leave you with a final thought that I just think is key for all of us, beautiful and extraordinary Latinas that are together, connecting and forming this sisterhood, which is always remember the uniqueness of the self and the strength of the collective. Extraordinary Latinas are those who shine by amplifying their unique voices while becoming catalysts for growth in their communities. And that is that. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. That was so beautiful. I wrote down so many notes, and the one that hit the most was let them hear you and make it loud, guys. That was so profound and powerful. So thank you so much, Yasmin. I know we are on a tight schedule, so we want to get right to our next panel, guys. This is like hit them with some gold nuggets, guys, all day long. So, well, up to 4. All right, so now I want to introduce our next panel that I'm excited to help moderate. This panel is the power of representation and community. I am so passionate about this topic because it is one of the initial things that helped to start United Latinas, is wanting to see more women in political spheres, right? Because change happens at the top. Right. So we have to make sure that we are not only elevating leadership, but we are also helping. And hopefully some of you are listening, you have pondered potentially running for something. You have a support group, but we want to make sure that we make a change and make some dents in that atmosphere. So I want to introduce our next panelist. We have Eneida Roman from Amplify Latinx. Welcome, Eneida. We have Emiliana Greca. She is the founder of Women's March LA. Welcome, Emmy. And Dr. Melissa Perrault. She is a professor at Berkeley, and she is also the founder of Be Better Than Me. Welcome, ladies. How are you guys doing?
Excelente, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. All right, so let's talk about this topic, about the power of representation and community. And I know, Dr. Melissa, you have ran for a local position. So that has been something that we need to talk about, right? Because it's hard. You need support. We need people. And sometimes that will inhibit somebody from running because they feel that it's scary. It's a scary environment. So can you start us off with like a synopsis of of that, of running? And your-
Absolutely. Absolutely. First of all, Sandra, thank you for having this wonderful panel. You're amazing. This is wonderful. I think that the change starts by really shifting the way we look at each other and really standing on each other's backs and holding each other's hands up as we all rise through this movement we call life. I just want to give a shout out to all of my friends, everybody from the Lupe. I see Valeria Lowe on the line, Maria Andrade, all my friends, Crystal Fazinga, Commissioner Dania Martinez. Hello to everybody. And I just want to share the experience about running. It was a thought that came just based on the needs of the city I represent. I represent the city of Patterson, which, as many of you know, has many needs, including educational ones. And fortunately, we have women that are on the ground and are groundbreaking people that are willing to do the work and really get motivated about, what is going on with the community. And we really care about the community. And so being that I was already doing educational things so close to Patterson, it was only a best fit for me to run first for the Board of Education. And it was a big thing because, I'm a scientist by training. All of you that know me, I have a PhD in molecular pathology. And everyone's like, hold on, I got to take that in with a deep breath. Okay. And everybody, when I ran for office, was like, what is a professor of molecular biology doing running for office? And I said, well, why not? When you're learning in your doctoral studies and you're learning professional studies, we as women learn to navigate every single aspect of community. And that includes what we learn and how we learn to survive and how we learn to thrive. And so the first time I ran, I remember my slogan was the catalyst for change as a biologist, and people in Patterson was like, who's this little person? Because I'm 5 feet tall, really, but I'm only 5 feet tall, but I'm really, really taller than that if you meet me in person. So I ran the first time and it was great and I lost, and it was a blessing because it just exposed me to so many other people and it helped me to build bridges and build connections for other people, some of the very people on the call who I love very dearly. And then I ran again in 2022 because one time wasn't enough, right? So then we ran twice, and both times it was just great exposure. It was just looking at the problem from another lens. And I think a lot of times we just go through life, work, school, whatever it is, right? And we really don't look at the things around us, right? And we really don't look at how everyone, even though you're Black, Latino, Arabic, Polish, Mexican, it doesn't matter. We're all human and we all have the same exact needs. So being able to step in and help people and just lend a helping hand wherever you can in the community is such an essential part. And running is a part of that because your voice matters. Yes, she can.
This is how I feel every time I hear you speak. You are so awesome. Awesome. So I want to throw it over to Emmy. So what does it mean? You've done so much work and you've galvanized over 300,000 women together together to be like-minded. So what does it mean to have a voice for social justice? Tell us a little bit about what you've done, and then just what does it mean to have a voice?
Well, part of it, to have a voice, is to have representation. The visibility is the main key. And I'm going to say that we actually galvanized close to 1 million folks after a scientist talked to us about, no, within this space, you had more than 1 million folks out there. But truly, it is the voice. And it's also talking about making sure that you're visible. And on our own internal communication is that we're also fighting barriers within ourselves, right? We are also looking at the cultural expectations. When I'm telling my mom that I'm going to organize a women's march, she's like, why? ¿Por qué, mija? Is your husband letting you? So it's really about visibility, but not just about social justice. Social justice also has to involve politics. And the other piece to it is that there is no feminism. I mean, I'm the founder of a Women's March Foundation, but there is no feminism without talking about racial justice, right? Because the feminism of the 1900s missed Latinas, missed Black women. And so it is really working through all of those barriers to be visible, to have a voice, to have representation across all sectors of the country. I mean, If you walk into a room and you are the only Latina in the room, it's our job to bring in more Latinas, but it's also our job to support Latinas. If someone sends me an email and says, I'm a Latina, I'm starting a business, I'm like, gee, here. Yes, I'm a Latina, I'm running for office, I may not win. Ding, here, donate, support, listen to your stories, but more than anything, share your stories. We may think we don't have a story. We all have a story. And our story is important for that next generation of Latinas to know that it's possible, to know that we can do it. I came to this country at 10 years old, not knowing the language. My parents were factory workers, and it's doable because it's been done, and it's up to all of us to make sure that we're visible, but that we're also holding folks accountable to make sure that we are at the forefront and demanding more of folks.
I love that. Love that. And Neda, I would love to hear your thoughts. First of all, tell us a little bit about the work you do in Amplify X. And then really, what are some of the pressing like social issues that we have in front of us?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for having me. It's delightful to see this phenomenal panel of women. And everything that I've heard so far echoes with my soul, right? Because everything is so true. It rings true to our reality day and night. And well, like you said, my name is Aneda Herman. I am an attorney by trade. I practiced law for 20 years, and in that journey of growth, I actually co-founded the Latina Circle in Boston, and that led to us working on growing what is known as Amplify Latinx today, because the Latina Circle started only focused on women and Latinas, of course, and executive leadership, making sure that our women got a seat at the table across sectors, and that we brought with us the next generation. So we in our inaugural invitation, we said, "You're a woman on the go, bring a woman on the rise," right? Because it's real, that mentorship and championing component is incredibly crucial to the success of our entire community. And as we continued hearing about all these issues, we realized, there is so much more that we can do, right? I mean, we have to close all these opportunity gaps. And that is what Amplify is about, right? Amplify not only also included men and everyone who identifies as Latino or Latinx and wants to make a difference, including allies, right? Because one thing is us talking to amongst ourselves, and another thing is us having champions outside of our community who get it, who understand that representation matters, that we have to have a seat at the table, and that it's the right thing to do, and that it's only beneficial for the economy at large, right? Because Latino progress is American progress. And so what we do is that we look at all the opportunity gaps, right? And I call it the Trinity model, because we look at economic prosperity, opportunity gap, leadership representation, opportunity gap, and policy solutions that help close those opportunity gaps. So we're trying to bridge the gaps so that we can get more people in political office, get more people in executive office, get more people in that pipeline towards growth, get more small businesses to grow and to expand and to scale and to get procurement opportunities. And we do that by convening, we do that with programming. And so, of course, we have a website, amplifylatinx.com, if you want to learn more, but I'm going to stop there because I know, we want to continue the conversation around other things, but everything, it simply rings true, because one without the other makes no sense, right? So we need to make sure that it's like a virtuous cycle, if you will, of making sure that we're looking at leaders, that we're holding leaders accountable, that we're including leaders that matter at the table, that we are making sure that we're, affecting progress for our small business community and individuals, so that they can accelerate the wealth of their families and create multi-generational positive impact for their families and their children. And then, of course, looking at solutions and removal of barriers that keep the communities, the underserved communities, down because of those barriers that can be removed with proper advocacy and education.
Wow. That's amazing. Like, I mean, I think you're like, my brain is going with all these different ideas of like, okay, what these different things that we can do. So I would like to throw out the question, like, what can we do? Like, what's missing for us? You know, and I don't, Dr. Moon said it's somebody that's running, like, what would you say is missing from our, she's ready before I even finish asking.
We ready. We ready. She ready. So I just want to say that a lot of times we live in communities where we don't even know who our local council person is. We don't know who our county commissioners are. We don't know who our senators are. We really don't know who the lawmakers and the legislatures are, you know, who is the legislative body that is governing us. And so if we don't know that, then it's really difficult to help people. But knowing that and providing access to that, and I'd like to challenge a thought, you know, I look at those leaders, but I also look at the people that are not there yet. I look at the future. I look at, you know, my students that have an idea. I look at entrepreneurs, you know, people like on the call, like, you know, Miss Crystal, that is like building other communities with younger kids who are not as active, but they know they have a voice, but they're not sure what that voice is. And I look at shaping that, because if we look at really the groundwork, and there's so many stars and so many diamonds in the community and people that are not even being tapped into. And so like, we need to stop this monotony of, you know, the same people over and over. That's how we make a change, because there's leaders amongst us, some of our kids, and I know the women in this call can identify, some of your daughters are already leaders, some of your sons are already leaders, and they're already effectuating change where they are. I think that we need to really look at the mirror of who we were and who once, you know, we looked up to, and know that we didn't all start, you know, with everything. You know, I come from a family where I was born in New York City, but my father, you know, I always talk about his journey. He was an immigrant who came to this country with nothing but $20 in his pocket. And from there, you know, he learned the English language and moved up to become an accountant and provide us with, you know, what some would say is a golden spoon, you know, and I had that experience growing up. And now, because of his, you know, challenge, you know, challenging himself, and most people would have looked him over because he wasn't this person that was of status or money or position, but he worked his way up to the top, and he made sure that we understood the importance of an education and really extending a hand so that we can be more involved with our community. So, you know, my quest in life is, you know, I want to create the next senator, doctor, lawyer, marketing. You know, I don't want to bring you in. I want to make sure I build you up. And so I named my company Be Better Than Me, because I don't want you to be like me. I want you to be better than me. And everybody's experience is individual. And it all begins with getting curious about who is doing what at the table and how can I get involved. Most people don't know that you can just run for the Board of Education wherever you live. If there's a problem, you can get involved going to meetings. And I know that there's a commissioner right now from Patterson who's on the line, Commissioner Martinez, who, you know, like me, started this grassroots movement and just getting involved with women issues, and really propelling herself to that next level, and really propelling herself to, you know, run. And, you know, there's people on the call who are leaders in their communities and are not necessarily, you know, elected officials, like Miss Maria Andrade over in NJT, who's on the call, who is, you know, doing programming for STEM and engineering students right at NJT. And she's getting people that look like me to talk to these kids. And believe me, it makes an impact. So, you know, sometimes you're not going to find leaders and people that look like us up there. So what do? We create them. We put them in a pot because we know they're seeds. And we know that when we put that seed in that pot and we flower it with love, togetherness, and unity, the flower that's going to grow is going to provide shade for all the generations to come.
Amazing. Amazing. I love listening to you speak. It's just like a song, a beautiful song that just motivates one to say, yeah, that's right. Si se puede. We can do this. We need to do this. That's amazing. I love you. Eneida, I would love for you to like follow up on this and like share what are you know, what are some proven strategies, or what are some thoughts when it comes around promoting some social issues that we may need to be speaking about loudly?
Absolutely. But, you know, before I answer that, I just want to piggyback on what Dr. Melissa said, because there is power in community, right? And so you know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. And so if you know what is available, the positions that are available, what you can do to run for office, et cetera, or just serve on boards, commissions, et cetera, that is really powerful, right? Because if our voices are not at the table, there's that saying, right? If we're not at the table, we're on the menu. So we want to make sure that we are at the table. And so, you know, at Amplify, we do that, right? What we do is that we look at the landscape of organizations, you know, of boards, commissions, et cetera, and we nominate for those roles. And we, you know, we're in close contact with the governor's office and, you know, with the mayor's office, et cetera, so that we can continue building that pipeline of leaders to be in those spaces. And when it comes to running for office, we're a C3, so we can't endorse candidates, we can't do any of that, but we can encourage women to run for office, right? And so, and at an individual level, I can support candidates that, you know, that I believe in, right? And we have a beautiful story of a young woman who was at one of our events years ago, and, you know, she said she wanted to run for office, and we all stood up and said, we'll support you. And that's all she needed. That moment right there shifted her career trajectory. She's now at the State House. She started as a city council member, and she's now at the State House. I mean, talk about power, right? Talk about the power of community and the power of knowing that you have people that will stand behind you and will push you right to the finish line. So and like that, there's others that have been inspired, right? You know, through that sense of belonging and community. And, you know, and then jumping back to your question of issues, I mean, right now at Amplify, we actually conducted a historic survey, the largest survey ever conducted about Latinos, for Latinos in Massachusetts. And what we did is that we commissioned MassInc, that's a polling group here, and they conducted the study and found that Latino priorities are no different than the, you know, the greater community in Massachusetts. I mean, we worry about affordability, we worry about jobs, we worry about housing. I mean, the same underlying themes are, you know, equal across the board. What was interesting was that we also incorporated a name recognition of elected officials. And elected officials had basically zero name recognition. So that is also a problem. But when I'm faced with a problem, I always see the opportunity, right? So I said, all right, that might look really bad, right? It might mean that we're not engaged, but actually it's an opportunity for those elected officials to engage our people, right? Because if they're not recognized by our community, that means that that's an opportunity for them to be recognized by engaging and by, you know, and creating that sense of community with us. And, you know, and by the way, I mean, this happens, this is not unique to Massachusetts. I mean, this happens across the nation, but it's important that we put the data out there so that elected officials are aware that there needs to be more engagement, because we are a community that's growing exponentially. In Massachusetts, we're 15% of the population. Soon will be much larger. At the national level, we're 20, soon we'll be 30. So it's crucial that, you know, we are engaged, and that, you know, and that Latinos who are interested in being in public office are supported by the policies that, you know, the priorities that we have, right? So that they know that they're going to have people that are going to champion them, and, you know, that we're moving the needle for everybody.
That is amazing, Anita, and that kind of like really is, you brought up so many critical points. So Emmy, I want to throw it to you. You have built bridges with many people. So how can we as a community build bridges with other social justice movements or other partnerships? And how do we look at that picture? How do we look at bringing in other partnerships to help move forward a specific agenda?
I would say access. I think that what a lot of us don't realize is that what's been stopping us is access. I mean, we don't lack creativity, we don't lack work ethic, we lack access. And so what I'm going to ask everyone here is to connect, because I may know somebody that may be in a city that knows you, that may want to connect you. So I think part of it is access and not being afraid to really reach out across lines. We may not agree on everything, but what we do have to agree on is that we are working towards an equitable future for Latinos. So I think that that's part of the issue, and folks are afraid. I just had a congressman call me and say, I'm afraid to call you because you're just so busy. Why are you afraid to call? You are a Latino, and we need to sit down on what policies you're setting forth for my community, right? And so it's access. So for all of you that are saying, I don't know anybody, you know 115 people on this call that know somebody in your city, in your state, for whatever it is you're doing. I mean, I'm going to tell you that the first business I opened, I didn't know anyone. And my banker said to me, but you know me, and I know other small business owners, and that opened the door for me. And so I'm going to ask folks to connect on LinkedIn and truly say, hey, I want to be on a board, or I don't know how to run for office, or what was the experience like as a first-time business owner? You know, who have you supported? So I think that should be our legacy, should be access, in order for us to build that table, because it isn't built for us yet. We're still not at equal. In order for us, is we must be able to reach out and access who Dr. Bartlett knows, access who Anita knows, and they may know a little bit more about what we're looking for, right? So, I mean, think about it. This is a congressman calling me. I didn't want to call you because I'm like, we elected you for a reason, Mr. Latino. So access, reach out, never be afraid to break down those barriers of, hey, I met you on this call. Can you connect me to so-and-so? Or I'm currently in Los Angeles. I'm going to be in Los Angeles. I'd love to sit with you and talk. Right? So that is accessible to us. Your local councilman, your local board of supervisors host meetings. That is your opportunity to be in the room. If you are not in the room, you need access, which means you need someone to bring you in, you need someone to introduce you, or you need someone to connect you. And that is why I'm on this call. That is why we're all on this call, is to be connected and to give access, because we're not out here in silos, and we create power. That's the only way we're going to do it. We are creating the power, because it doesn't come to us. We create it. And so access, I think, is the number one thing that we all need to continue building and connecting with folks.
That is amazing. It reminds me of the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So unless you ask, unless you're opening your mouth, unless you're saying something, don't plan on anybody coming to you and saying, hey, we're going to pick you. It's, you have to have the voice, and you have to go out there and do those things and connect with the people and the outlets, because a LinkedIn message or a phone call will get you far. And oftentimes we fear, we're like, oh, well, they're too busy to connect with us. Well, if it is, right? But don't let that stop you from making the call. Don't let that stop you from reaching out, because everybody in this space, we weren't born together. We came together through someone taking the initiative to say, hey, I like what you're saying. We need to help and have this conversation on bigger platforms. So I love that you mentioned that. All right, so I'm getting pushed for time, but I want to end with the last question of what are some, feel free to wrap it up how you wish, but what are some of the biggest challenges that we're facing up this road, besides some of the things that you guys have already mentioned? And then how can we ensure a positive future in a community? Like, what do we need to do? And how do we as an audience, what do we need to do to support and be aware to support some of these initiatives?
Would you like me to start? I'm
happy. Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Yeah. So let me tell you, I think that there are a lot of challenges, right? Like we can't sugarcoat this. There are a lot of challenges, and I think the first challenge is misperception of who we are, right? There's a fear of the unknown, and and there's a fear of an overtaking. There's also a perception that Latinos are takers, that Latinos are not givers. And I think that first, within our own community, reframe that narrative to have a narrative of abundance and contributions. And I know Ana Valdez is closing the program, and she does a phenomenal job at breaking it down and using data to demonstrate that we are powerful and we're here to stay, and we need to be engaged because the economy depends on us, right? So if we reframe internally that narrative and we start sharing that narrative externally, I think that creates an impact, right? Because it's all about demonstrating the contributions and the prosperity that we can bring and the missed opportunity, right? And again, Ana is an artist. She has perfected the art of the messaging, right? And so we need to learn from her, and we should be going to her page, Latino Donor Collaborative, and seeing the amazing data and the studies that they have to show that without Latinos, the United States is not going to be the same United States it is now, without Latino contributions and without investment in the Latino community. Another aspect of the challenges are simply biases, right? Biases that have been perpetuated by the media, biases that have been perpetuated by Hollywood, bias, like underrepresentation of Latinos in positions of power and influence and impact. And so that's why organizations like United Latina, Amplify Latinx, and others are so important. And all the ones that are present here are so important because we are shifting that narrative. We are demonstrating that. And by the way, at Amplify, what we say is that we're perpetuating a new era of prosperity for Latinos, right? Because it's not like there's no prosperity now. We have prosperity, but we're like perpetuating a new cycle, right? Because we're a young community. And so we're here, we're established, but those that are behind us, those are the ones that we need to make sure that get those seats that we've been, fighting for, right? Because at the end of the day, a community that's not represented, I mean, corporate America gets it, right? They understand if they don't have women at the table, then that's why there's certain regulations and and rules that have been passed to like include and to make sure that diverse voices are at the table so that they can have more profits, because at the end of the day, all boils down to the bottom line. And so, again, challenges, but like I said earlier, where I see a problem, I see an opportunity. So I always like to spin it and say, okay, how can we fix this? How can we make this better so that we can demonstrate to the rest of the world that Latinos are not going anywhere. We're part of the fabric of this nation. We're an intrinsic part of what this nation represents. And by the way, Spanish is the oldest non-native language spoken in this land, because the Spaniards came here 500 years ago, before the Pilgrims, right? They didn't conquest the entire United States, but Spanish was spoken here long before English was spoken or any other language. So we need to step into our power and own that, and believe in that narrative that there is power in diversity, that there is power in inclusion, that there is power in being where we need to be, especially at the top seats anywhere across sectors, private, public, philanthropy, etc. And that will be the moment when we're going to see transformation for our community.
Dr. Melissa or Emmy?
Yeah, I just want to interject and say thank you for that, Anita. And very nice to meet all the panelists here. But I just think keeping an open mind, we need to stop the limiting beliefs that we were once taught by our parents. They didn't know no better, and neither did their grandparents. We are in the land of opportunity, and the best opportunity is found in each other. And I'm so blessed to have a community of people that also has that, mindset of abundance, and we support each other. I mean, a lot of times supporting someone doesn't mean you have to drive 200 miles. Simply getting on a call, like some of the great people on this call, I see my good sister friend, accountant Luisa, who's like one of the few Spanish speaking accountants in the area on the call. And there's different people who we know that are doing magnificent things, and we support each other. And it's important to build each other up. And I think one of the limiting facts is that, we're almost taught to have blinders, to just do what you have to do. Like Valeria Valo says on the call, calladita te ves más bonita. And that's not true. And we have to break those limiting factors, and we have to learn to connect each other and say, hey, you might want to connect with my girl, Emiliana. She has a great thing going on. Connect with Enida. We can do things together. We can share influences together. And I just want to, say that I'm so blessed, including, the many students that are in my classroom right now, listening to all of you, which is why you see me mouth off. They're impressed by all of you. So thank you for pouring into each other, because the truth of the matter is, if we don't pour into each other and we don't build each other up, there's no way we can continue with the force that was intended on this earth. To have good energy and really draw people to you just by being genuine, being your best self, and never being embarrassed to show up as you are, as God created you. And I think that makes a difference. Because I like going into rooms where everyone's like, the majority of the people in the sciences don't look like me. So coming into a room like that, it makes a difference for the people that are looking at me. And believe me, it makes a difference. And I'm sure all of you feel the same way. It makes a difference. So access granted. Let's all love on each other, and let's all be there for each other and support each other in truth, in health, and in wealth.
Absolutely. I'm going to leave it short. Same thing of continue to amplify Latina voices, but more than anything, continue to be an unapologetic Latina. Walk into a room and you're a queen. That's it. Unapologetic Latinas is what we are.
I love it. This was a powerful panel. Thank you so much, guys. It was amazing. Anita, Dr. Melissa, Emiliana, that was profound. We've got so much love coming in the chats. So thank you so much. Beautiful. Yeah. Are you guys fired up? I don't know. I have all this God, I'm ready to take on the world. Give me an obstacle, because we are going to climb over that like it's nothing. Such amazing energy. Such amazing energy. All right.
Thank you everybody for being here. We're going to pass on to our next, but in the meantime, Sandra, well, thank you, Emmy, thank you, Dr. Melissa, thank you, Aneda. Sandra, we have so many great things happening today. It's just been incredible, the amount of comments on the chat. I've been trying to change people's names as fast as possible. So bear with me if I haven't been able to change your name yet. So we have some gifts happening. We are going to give away, if you want to go into the raffle, drop your name, drop your LinkedIn or your social media platform on the chat so that we can connect with you afterwards. So please make sure that you do that. We have some really great gifts. Amongst one of the gifts is a full year membership to United Latinas, a premium membership. That's also a gift on our raffle. We have several books, we have several merch. So drop your name, drop your LinkedIn or your social media, and we'll make sure to contact you if you're one of those winners.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a membership and you would love to win a membership, put also membership in next to your name or in the chat, so we know, because we're giving away a lot of our books that we're getting so much rave for. But definitely, if you're particularly looking for a membership, put that in the name so we can see who's interested most in getting a membership today. So
yes, absolutely. Also, before we move on to our next panel, they're already here. we have every other month, we hold a leadership meeting, which is everybody's invited, not only our members, but anybody in this call is invited to our leadership meeting. And it's a smaller meeting. It's a 1-hour meeting where we connect with each other. We identify what do we need, how can we help each other. And like you've heard from our panelists, right? It just takes one person to say, hey, I can connect you with so-and-so, or I can share this with you, or how about we chat? We've had so many great success stories from these meetings. So we invite you. We're going to drop the link to join if you haven't already, to register. It's free of charge. It's next week. So I'm dropping it on the chat right now. Okay, I have too many things open. Here it is. So sign up. We'd love to see you next week so we can continue the conversation and connect with each other and share wonderful things. Okay, anything else, Sandra, before we move on to our next panel?
No, just keep letting us know in the chat how you guys are enjoying this. And I'm glad that everybody's putting their LinkedIn. So make sure that you're following each other, just a reminder. And yeah, and if you're interested in becoming a member and you want to do that now, just be sure to visit our site, unitedlatinas.com/membership, and we will get you in. We have so many opportunities. Our goal is to make sure that we amplify the voices of women, the voices of Latinas and allies, because that is our core mission. We want to see more women being able to execute their voice, y lo que sale, right? Like whatever is pulling at your heart to say, man, I have a message to share, and I feel it's important that other people hear it. We want you to connect with us because we want to be part of that energy. We know that you have big things to do. So that is it. I was the first 2 hours, guys. I'm going to lay low in the cut and I'm going to be in the chat for now. So take over.
Awesome, Lisette, Adriana, and I'm so happy to be in this conversation with the three of you. So let's just get right into it. This conversation is about how do we dominate the corporate ladder? And I was debating on the word dominate because it feels a little strong, but that's what we're here to do today. It's about to dominate the world. So we're going to dominate the corporate ladder. I know that the three of you have in your different careers. So I want to kick it off to Adriana, if you want to start us off with just chatting a little bit about the narrative, how it felt for you, and then this is really a conversation. Everybody else can jump in.
Absolutely. I mean, this is great. Thank you so much, Ileana and Sandra, for this opportunity. It's an honor, really. And following up from all this, magical energy that, you have been creating, all this momentum, I think is just very, very empowering. So I would say coming from the corporate world, it is really interesting what's really happening there. I think that more than ever, diversity, engagement, and inclusiveness are a super agenda in that world. And I think that it's because it's good business. I mean, you think about the corporate world, and the corporate world is about return on investment, right? And I would say Latinos are basically the fastest growing segment of the population. $1.8 trillion in spending, just right now. $1 trillion. It's just amazing. The power is incredible. But also, there's a study about McKinsey that has actually released information that says that the companies that have gender diversity are more likely to have above average profitability than companies that do not promote diversity. And if you talk about ethnic diversity, the number even improves more, is 36% better. So, I mean, if you take a look at all the numbers, all the statistics, it just makes sense. Further, Latinos are representing right now 20% of population, right? And they're projecting to represent 29% by 2050. One household of 3 in the United States, it's going to be, of course, a Latino household. When you put all these together and being in the corporate world, it just makes sense, right? It just makes sense to be able to capitalize on that. And then you see the D&I efforts, really happening. But there you see kind of 2 worlds. One, which is an intentional DE&I agenda, where the companies are really committed to driving the change, where there is quotas. And I know people hate that name, but actually that word is powerful because it's the only way to change. If you don't measure things, you will never be able to improve on them. So you have to have numbers. You have to know what's your mix of population. You have to know whether you're being fair in actually giving opportunity, in this particular case, to Latinas. But there's another world where they use the D&I word and nothing is happening. So I think that we have to be very cognizant of those two words. And as Latinas, we have to also make sure that when we choose company A or company B, we are really going to the right place, where we know we're going to be able to have a career, where we know they're doing things to change. Because if you go to the other side, the likelihood is you're going to be against the world. And that is not, I don't think that's fair. And it's even worth wasting your time in that sense. I also think, Ileana, that we are living in a world of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And I think that what we can bring to companies in the corporate world, it's precisely a master's in how to manage that environment. We grew up in a world which is in constant change, inflation, devaluations, political uncertainty, etc. And those skills are crucial today. And we Latinas have it. We know how to maneuver in that world. And so I think that is something that we have to really use to play the game. So, I mean, I would like to kick it off like that. I'm pretty sure my Lisette and Anne, also have views on that.
Go ahead, Anne. I know that you have a lot of metrics, and then Lisette.
No, it's a pleasure to be here today. I feel the power, and it is amazing. So thank you for having me, and thank you for sharing this time together. Well, I want to just roll back to what you said at the very beginning, which is it's really not about dominating, it's about influencing, right? Because what you really want to do in an endeavor, whether it's an endeavor within corporate, within public, nonprofits or government, what you really want to do is you want to show your value and influence. So how to do that is really the question. And you're right. Maybe it's my legal background, but I always start with data. If you're going to make the case for something, not only what you want to do, but for your value and what you add to it, you start with data. We've been talking a lot about data related to the Latino community. You also think about data related to representation. So if you can come to the table with benchmarks of availability for our community and jobs that the company hires for, then that should be the goal. The goal would be to get your fair share of that talent. If you come to the table with, the business case for inclusion, the idea that companies that are doing diversity, equity, and inclusion well are doing better. They're growing, they're innovating, and they're carving out a path for the future better than their peers. So that's the case you have to make. And then, a wise Latina recently told me, and I think she's on the call today, Patricia, is, what's standing in your way for whatever it is that you want to get done, whether it's, advancing and developing yourself or advancing and developing a platform, a strategy. So asking yourself what's getting in your way. And if what's getting in your way is what was recently just said in the last discussion, access, then how can you break the barriers to that access? Is it going to someone to be your champion who's at the table that you're not at? Is it finding a way around the barrier to access? But one really important question you have to ask yourself, are you getting in your way? Are you limiting yourself? Because that's something I've struggled with throughout my career is, why am I not owning this? Why am I waiting for permission? Why am I waiting for someone to recognize? I should be my own best advocate instead of my own biggest critic. And I have to tell myself that often.
I think that's so powerful. And Lisette, I want to pass it on to you because you have both perspectives, not only from being in corporate, but also now, advocating for women and to get to those leadership positions through your HR agency. So off to you. Oh, you're on mute.
I was unmuted and then I muted myself. Okay, so it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ileana, Adriana, Anne. It's so great to be here with you. I couldn't agree more. I think this is a very exciting time, in terms of diversity and inclusion. And, following on with Anne's comments and statistics, I'm going to share with you two numbers. Did you know that 63% of the diversity, equity, and inclusion roles have been created in the past 2 or 3 years? So that's, to me, it's amazing. It's a great investment from corporations to really wanting to walk the talk. And I must say that we are not there yet, but there's been significant strides to get there. And also, in that same rhetoric, did you know that 52% of Latinas say that their professional goal is to get to the top of their profession? So this is a beautiful combination because the layout is being set and we want to get there. So we want to, take all the resources and the opportunities that, corporations are bringing to the table, probably, little by little, but the opportunities are going to be there if they're not there yet. And the other thing that we need to understand is that diversity and inclusion and, and Latinos taking a seat at the table, it's not about philanthropy anymore. And corporations are understanding that. This is about opportunity for growth for, every corporation. Latinos are the third, US Latinos, the third fastest growing economy in the world, just behind India and China. So who in the right, mindset wouldn't want to, approach that market and being loved by Latinos, because Latinos are very powerful consumer, and they will give you their love, their money. They really see themselves represented out there. So I think, all of these things that are happening in the narrative, out there in corporate America are really, really great news for us as Latinas to get our seat at the table. And, just building on what Anne and Adriana said, we need to get much better in using our voice, and letting leaders and people tell that we have more gas in the tank to do things, because, it seems like Latinos were always happy at our jobs, and that sometimes can be misinterpreted like we're happy doing what we do and that we can stay 15, 20 years doing the same. So we have to be very vocal about saying, hey, I'm super happy here, but I have more gas in the tank. I want to do more. I want to achieve more. So help me, get to those places. So it is a very exciting time, I think, for us as Latinas and the strides we're seeing in corporations.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, the majority of our audience are Latinas in different parts and different journeys of their career and their professional. And I think one of the things that I keep hearing again and again in the chat and in many other places is how do we elevate our voice, right? How do we elevate to be heard in the corporate space without losing our authenticity? And I've lived through this myself as well, where you are supposed to be a certain way, where you're supposed to speak a certain way, where you're supposed to, go sometimes even against who we believe we are. And that becomes sort of like this, how do we step up and speak, but still remain us? Any insights, any thoughts?
Well, I can just start by saying, in a recent conversation about the lack of representation of Hispanic Latinos on corporate boards, one of the skills that we need to build, connecting, very important. We're talking a lot about that here today. Networking, very important. I would say what we need to hone is advocating for ourselves, for our community, for others. So to be an advocate for that representation in whatever leadership position it is. And yes, there are stereotypes, there are all kinds of, biases people have about our community and Latinas in general. But overcoming those with your own excellence is the best way to turn off those stereotypes. And then once you overcome those, you have that, we also need to hone our advocacy skills for what would be equitable representation in all levels, to include the top levels. And if we know that companies' decision making in general are better with diverse decision makers, including the Hispanic Latino community, then of course, having that equity is beneficial for all, for our community, but for the greater good. So, I think that, you know, moving away from the kind of circling the drain discussion about the stereotypes against us or bias against our community, rising above that to a level of excellence, and then, you know, insisting upon what others have insisted upon as a civil right, a human right, and that is equity.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any other thoughts on how can we advocate for ourselves? And I love what you're saying, and it's at all levels, right? This is not just at the entry level, but also in C-suite levels. It happens all the time.
Yes, Ileana and Lisette, I do think that one of the things that I've seen throughout my career is that we Latinas cannot wait for the opportunity to come to us. We have to create the opportunity. When we hear all the amazing stories from all, you know, the prior Latinas that beautifully presented, it's exactly the same story, right? It's just they created their own opportunity. And I think we're talking about that. And as I mentioned in my book, also in the book, sorry, we all Latinas need to have a dream. I think that we need to know who we want to be, who do we want to become. And I think that the best advice that I ever had early in my career was when someone asked me, what do you want to be in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? Do you have a plan to get there? And that has been probably one of the most powerful questions throughout my career, because even today, I have exactly the same question. I haven't gotten to where I want to get. I still have, you know, I still want to do many things. I want to contribute with the community more. There's so many things, right, in the map. But we really need to make sure that we, early in the career, we know. And even if we don't know, we put together a plan. And then there's going to be the tours. We're going to learn new things and be ready to actually learn, to be very aggressive about, you know, how you polish yourself, how you present yourself, how do you actually create impact, create value? Because in the end, in the corporate world, it's all about creating value. It's all about really delivering results. So you have to be that, you have to be focused on that. And once you do it, I think it's a lot easier because everybody wants to have people that deliver results in their teams. So it's going to be a lot easier to be welcome in that environment. So that has to do with your own opportunity. Think about, you know, I want that job. I want that position. What do I need to do? What skills I have today that I have to keep on building? What skills I don't have that I have to develop? Talk to your supervisor, right? And do the research yourself. I was reading. Now, if you look at, you know, the coders, like the younger generations, what they're doing, there's no path for that. It's basically self-development. And I think that if we take that as well ourselves, it's also about self-development. What do I need to do better? What do I need to learn? And then go find that knowledge somewhere. I mean, there's so many platforms, learning platforms today that you can access, you know, virtually and, you know, with people. I think that that is one thing. The other thing I have to say is that when we talk about inclusion, we have to do it both ways, right? Building your Latino community is critical, but equally important is going to be to build your non-Latino community, because most likely whom are you going to have at the top in the organizations today? There's going to be very few Latinos or Latinas. So you will need to, your career depends most likely on somebody that is not in your circle. So build your network outside your circle. Very early in my career, like when I was more or less a middle manager, I really started to see that I needed to know people in other functions, people in other levels. And I started to create an agenda myself of having lunch with all those people. And it became a routine. And what that did, basically, it helped me understand the company better. It helped me understand how people were thinking, the functions and everything. But most importantly, I think I put myself on the map. I was no longer a name nobody knew. People knew who I was because we had been together. We had shared, I had an opportunity to share ideas, so they knew me. And that made it a lot easier to be able to move forward. So the third point, I would say, it's about sponsoring, right? Sponsoring is critical. And I think there's a point, Eliana, that you wanted to cover about sponsoring. So we're ready when you tell us.
Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time. This is such an incredible, but Lisette, up to you, and maybe you can take on sponsoring.
Exactly. I was just going to jump in on that conversation. Yeah, I cannot stress enough how important it is to have sponsors and mentors and understand the difference between them. A mentor is going to show you the way. It's going to tell you, there's this door, this opportunity, go get it. And a sponsor is actually opening that door for you. That is the difference. And you need to understand that difference. So look around in your corporations and see, which leaders, are standing out for being great sponsors. Get yourself a mentor, and that mentor can become a sponsor, in the long run. So you have to make sure that you have mentors and sponsors around you, and also make sure you participate on the ERGs groups in your corporation. That is another great way, to do things. If there's not an ERG, raise your hand and start building the ERG, for Hispanics and Latinos in your organization. So there's many things that we can do, but let's take this moment together and keep building, momentum for Latinas.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And for example, Jasmine on the chat is saying that she's been wanting to get on a corporate board for a very long time. And I think that's true for many Latinas and just women in general, right? Like representation goes across and all different things. And it goes back to a lot of what all of you have said about the building your network. Because a lot of those jobs and a lot of those positions are really about who do you know and who can advocate for you, who can talk about you when you're not in the room, so that then your name comes up and then they can know. And any final words from the three of you?
Just make sure you incorporate. You don't struggle with having one foot on corporate America and one foot on your heritage. Blend them together, and that's where the magic happens. Embrace both and just bring your best self out there.
We are powerful. We are power. We are powerful. And all we need to do is use that power and not be afraid of it. And, leverage this community. I think this is a fantastic, incredible community. Leverage this.
And then finally, I would just say, back to my point about advocacy, we have to move to a space where we're empowered to expect equity at all levels, not only for our community, but for the advancement of our society. So be an advocate, be a sponsor, and be a mentor. And do that not only within our community, but with others.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I know that we have a lot of more to talk about. So I believe that we owe it to ourselves to continue this conversation in another space that we'll make sure to invite everybody in, because I think there's a lot that we can continue to learn from each other, to connect from each other, experiences that the three of you have that are very valuable for this community. So thank you again for your time. Thank you for sharing your stories in the book, because the three of you are authors in the book on this year's volume. And thank you for sharing your thoughts about how are we going to dominate the corporate ladder. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Lisette.
Thank you, everyone, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sandra! Hello. Thank you so much for being with us today as well. I'll leave it up to you, and I'll go on Give me 1 second. I just wanted to give the title of your power talk. Never too late to start unlocking your creative potential and achieving your success. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Everything that I've heard so far has been so inspiring, and I agree. I've been clapping silently while on mute. Sorry that I don't have the beautiful background that all of you guys do, but I do have all of the Nopalera product behind me. My name is Sandra Velázquez. I am the CEO and founder of Nopalera, which is a Mexican botanical bath and body brand that I launched from my Brooklyn apartment in the middle of the pandemic. And I'm really excited to share my story with you, hoping that it resonates, that it inspires you to live boldly and choose yourself. So my story, if for those that do not know, is at the age of 43, I found myself unemployed for the very first time in my adult life. I had no savings. I had $86,000 of student loan debt. I had $30,000 of credit card debt. And I was also a single mother to a 13-year-old teenage daughter. And so this was a very scary moment for me when I realized like I had nothing to show for what I had been doing. And I had spent my entire life building my music career, actually here in New York City where I live. And for anyone that knows any musicians or working artists out there, the money is not, can't count on it. Right? So I realized that I didn't have any other skills, really. I had always worked a day job in higher education just for insurance purposes, but I never worked in corporate, so I didn't have any corporate skill sets. And so there I was, 43, unemployed with tons of debt, and very scary and very nervous at that moment. But looking back, you know, hindsight is 20/20, as they say. It was a massive opportunity for me and a massive blessing because it forced me to think outside the box. What I realized in that moment is that the only way that I was going to change my life was going to be to actually change what I was doing. And if you want different results, you have to do different things and take different actions, and you have to think outside of the box. And the funny thing about being unemployed is that as scary and as nerve-wracking as it can be, it does give you time to think. And so I had time to think, and there I was standing, you know, in my parents' front yard and looking at the nopalera, which is the prickly pear cactus. I think I don't have to explain that to this audience, what a nopalera is, and looking there at it and just wondering, like, why has no one created a brand around this culturally symbolic, versatile, sustainable, resilient plant? And in that moment, I decided that I was going to build a beauty brand, and I was going to call it Nopalera. And I was going to build a high-end Latina beauty brand to really disrupt the historically Eurocentric beauty space, which has really conditioned us to believe that higher price tags belong to French and Italian names. And so there I was with this big, bold idea, but absolutely no money to start a business. And no experience in the beauty industry, by the way, either. I've never worked for Estee Lauder. I've never worked in the beauty industry. And so what did I do? I enrolled in formulation school, online formulation school, with my American Express card. So I really do have to give a shout out to American Express for making it possible for me to even create and launch a brand. I enrolled in formulation school. I studied formulation for 9 months because, again, I didn't even know how to get products made. So I was like, I'm going to have to learn how to make them myself, which is exactly what I did. I called my friend Abby, who is a brilliant designer, the designer behind the beautiful, bold brand of Nopalera, if you've ever seen it. And I told her my vision. I created a brand deck. I knew exactly what it was for, what its purpose was for, who it was going to serve. And, you know, I couldn't afford to pay for the branding either. So I asked her for a payment plan, and I paid for the branding on also my American Express card. So again, double shout out to Amex. And so this was how Nopalera was born. And fast forward, right, I made the products myself for the first year out of my Brooklyn apartment. We are now in Nordstrom, Credo Beauty, over 400 boutiques nationwide. I closed out after bootstrapping for 2 years. I closed out 2022 with an oversubscribed seed round of $2.7 million. And I won Latino Startup of the Year. And I also appeared on Shark Tank in January, just 2 months ago, and just received the news yesterday that our episode is actually going to re-air tomorrow. So in case any of you are in front of your television and have ABC, you can see my famous pitch where I received 2 offers and said no. And I'm giving you only that spoiler alert because it's already been out in the world for over 2 months. And I said no, because as desperate as sometimes we often feel that we need money, that we need other people to validate us, I created this brand specifically for Latinas to stand in their worth, for us to believe and for us to be able to mirror and see that our work, that our goods and our ideas are worthy of the same price tags as other brands that are in the market. And I famously, said that I could hear my ancestors whispering in my ears to not devalue myself. And so I received 2 offers and I said, thank you, but no thank you. And I walked out. And that is when I went on to raise $2.7 million after the taping of Shark Tank. And so all of this was only possible because I had a big, bold idea. I didn't have any money. No one in my family is an entrepreneur. I don't have a rich husband. I don't own a car or a house, but yet, our lifetime sales are $2 million. And, now we're in talks with some of the largest retailers in the United States. So no, don't let anyone ever tell you that you are too old or that, if you don't know how to do something, because you can learn new things. I certainly did. There was absolutely no way I would have believed anyone if they had told me that at the age of 44, I would be launching a beauty brand. So, thank you so much for letting me tell my story. I hope that it inspires people to live boldly and to believe in themselves, because as I heard the previous speaker before I started, we have to choose ourselves. We have to create our own opportunities. We cannot wait for someone to discover us. Nobody is coming to save us. We need to have the ideas. We need to figure out how to get those ideas into reality. And then we need to bring everybody along with us for the journey.
What, there's standing ovation in the virtual room. What can I say? You have us in tears. You have my skin is crawling. Your story is so inspirational, because I think it's the story of many of us that, we have a career, we went somewhere, and then suddenly life throws this curveball that we were not expecting, and suddenly we're left like, oh my God, what do I do? And the instinct is to sit down and cry and wait for somebody to come in and save you, right? But I think you're the perfect example. And thank you so much for being so bold and vulnerable to share your story, because I think it inspires me definitely, and inspires a lot of us here in this virtual room today. Que sí se puede. That we have the ability and we have the community, and that there's somebody out there, either American Express or somebody else, that's going to root for us, that's going to lend the hand that we need to be able to stand back up on our own 2 feet. And kudos to you for your journey in Shark Tank, and showing that there's still, we don't have to sell ourselves. We don't have to go for whatever other people believe that can go against what we believe in. So thank you, Sandra, so much for sharing those words of wisdom. I wish that we had more time, and please drop your people are asking on the chat, your site, your handles, where can they find your products? Before I move into the next panel, if you can just quickly say that, and we'll also drop them on the chat.
Yes, I'll go ahead and put it into the chat. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you again. And I'm going to call on our next, oh my God, I need to take a breath. I'm calling on our next panel here. Let me see. I think I'm seeing everybody. Yes. Hi, Millie.
Hi.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay. So I think this is a great panel to continue on with the conversation in terms of the importance of me, the importance of us, right? Of us as women, of us as individuals, of us as Latinas. sorry, and really providing the space for us, because normally we're thinking of others. We're always, or the majority of us, at least I'm going to talk for myself, always thinking of others, and you know, giving our time to others and doing everything for others, and we do not provide the space for us, and that can create some issues that in the end we run out of oxygen, right? I always heard somebody tell me, and I never noticed it until I heard that about that when you go into the airplane, why they tell you to put your oxygen mask first before you put it on somebody else. And when I was traveling with my kids, I always said, I'm always going to put it on them first. Like, how can I think of putting the oxygen mask on me? And it wasn't until I had this conversation with somebody that I realized that if we don't do that first ourselves, then we might not even get to be able to put it on somebody else, because we'll run out of oxygen, and then that serves no one. So I want to start with Carolina. If you can set us up, which, by the way, Carolina, I'm just going to give a shout out. You are taking time for yourself right now with your mom. So thank you for being here with us today. And I'm opening the space. If you can get, get us started with this conversation. What happens with this trying to provide space for ourselves? Okay, and now there we go.
No, thank you so much, and thank you. Oh, there we go. No, thank you so much for the invite. Thank you for this space more than anything, and I'm fully energized for all the information that I've been listening to, and all these wonderful conversations happening. So I think and one of the ideas was, why is it so to put ourselves first? I have to make sure that I know that I'm giving myself time, that I'm doing the best I can for myself, so I can give love to others, that I'm loving myself, that I appreciate everything that I bring to the table, that I appreciate that I bring everything I bring to all the spaces where I am. So I make it a constant work of love, to love myself first, so then I can give to others the best version that I can be. So I think I wanted to start with that, and I wanted to share that it's see that train in a different way only applies for Latina, and everyone ahead of us, in front of us, putting everyone first before us is the right way, when in reality it never works that way. We need to give ourselves so much love and so much credit for what we do, for all the things that we do daily, right? We lead house.
We are struggling to hear you, Carolina. I don't know if you're going to be able to join us over the phone, because I know that you are, you're traveling. But in the meantime, Millie, you brought like your whole fans. I'm seeing like the chat coming up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, United Latinas, for having me here today. When I think about this current narrative, it's really important to find time to represent yourself, to present yourself without making time for oneself. You can't give to other people. And this is a balance in everything we do, because if you don't have the energy, if you don't have the spirit and soul, then what do you have to give? You're serving from an empty cup. And that's not where we want to come from. And we have so much that we want to give. And as part of that, we came out of an environment in the past couple of years with high stress and anxiety. And when you think of the Latina, she probably, some information I was reading, her role increased by 30% in times of what she needed to devote between, family and work. And that is just incredible when you think of how our families are extended, because it's not just you and the immediate family, it's everybody else that's in your space as we look at who we are as a community. So the importance of exercise, the importance of meditation, the importance of prioritizing these, and we're going to get into that a little bit later, is so central to being yourself. Because if you don't start there, then you're just riding along. And then at some point later in your life, you're going to look back and say, where could I have made a difference? And how could I have made a change? So this is what we need to know, because we have the tools, because we give so much, but we start with this aspect of, how do you become, it's not being selfish, because that's something, another topic, but there is that opportunity to say to yourself, how do I begin to say no and look at myself? Because without that foundation of being myself, how can I continue to be the centerpiece of everything that I have to give out to everybody else? It's this constant struggle.
Yes, absolutely. Juisa.
Oh, hi. Hi, Mili. Hi, Carolina. Hi, everyone. I am ecstatic to be here, of course. We're talking about authenticity. We're talking about self-care. I just want to shout out to the people who know the meaning of my name, Juisa. That is amazing. Juisa is the first Cacica, the chief of the Taino and Arawak tribes in Puerto Rico. So that is so rare. Thank you so much. And I sometimes start with that because it's a very powerful name. And I didn't understand, obviously, until you get older. But the idea of being selfless, right? The idea of the Latina, and it needs to be this warrior, this strong, this independent, and this fighter. And so the way that has continued throughout the years is so innate that sometimes I look to my left and look to my right and realize I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't understand that I was going to be, like Mili was talking about, taking care of this household, taking care of everything all around me. And there are some true changes that one needed to make. And I was listening to a story about a butterfly and its cocoon, and listening about how people wanted to help that when it's in the cocoon, wanted to come out and really shed its wings and really breathe, but it had to do it on its own. And we as Latinas have so much strength within ourselves. It's curating that strength and curating that time and not thinking of it as being selfish. You're right, Mili, that's a whole nother topic, but taking care of yourself and understanding what that means. First of all, there are laws to help us take care of ourselves. I work as a chief people officer. I oversee human resources for over 350 employees. I tell you, there is a big difference of women of color who come up to the office. And there's a big difference of a male, cisgendered, white coming into the office and what they know and how they're presenting. I truly have to remind the Latino community, the BIPOC community, or immigrant community, these are laws to help you. Now let's do the bare minimum, because federal laws are just the bare minimum. You get this time. Now let's figure out how to keep your family going. Now let's figure out that you can take this time and take care of yourself, and it's okay. And I'm talking days of bereavement. We have 3 bereavement days, which is not a lot. They forget about that. They say, no, I'll just work through this pain. Absolutely not. Then we can do a personal leave. People don't understand the personal leaves and why and how the organization can work together. There's so much to talk about energy. There's so much to talk about spirituality. And there's so much to talk about authenticity and coming to work as your authentic self and how to create that path. Sandra Velasquez, and what I just heard too, the same thing, Ileana, like goosebumps all over the place, and hearing everyone's stories, goosebumps all over the place. That takes some crazy courage. 42, 22, or 52, that takes a lot of courage to really be there. So to keep hearing those stories and sharing those stories are really important. My personal story that I shared, and Ileana, if you remembered, when we first met, was really, really hard for me. I took my divorce and my separation as a total failure and put everything that I ever worked on as a total failure. It wasn't until I started speaking about it. I didn't want to be that stereotypical Latina mom, single, 2 kids. And then here I was. And there's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. And it took me a really long time, years, to understand how to be able to talk about that, how to talk about that with authenticity, how to talk about that with self-care, how to tell my team, I need some time for myself in order to be a better leader for you all tomorrow. And that is really, really important. And being transparent with yourself and your family and your friends is something that's really, really important.
Yeah, so critically important. Carolina.
Just add something to what she just
go
said.
ahead, Millie.
Yeah, I
Go
think
ahead,
that,
Millie.
you know, everything that Luisa said is really so on point. But the other thing that in her role, which must be challenging as well, is that we know that when we talk about the community, that not all the resources are there at the same level for everyone. There's just some structural and endemic societal factors that create these chasms where some can and some can't, some can achieve and some don't have access. So for the role we're playing today, and that's why we're all here, how do we stand and assist and help those resources be real? Those laws are there, but they don't always work for everybody. So how do we implement ways that we can activate against those things? That's what I found in my career, that you always had to know how to navigate that law, how to navigate that criteria, how to navigate that scope of how the company wanted you to walk through to get through that ceiling and get there. So those are some of the things that I still feel are where we're seeing this, like I said, these structural areas where they don't go and they don't work for everyone. So we have this disconnect, whether it's at a community level with local resources, at an educational level, it just keeps mounting itself. So that's where I also believe that what we're doing here today, and those that are out there as well, we're changing the paradigm of how that can begin to change. And we are a testament that that can happen as well.
I love that, Millie. That is so great. And that's the point of our roles too. And you're absolutely right. That's why when I talk about the federal laws, I talk about the state laws, those are the bare minimum. And it's up to us to create the policies that make sense. Of course, we have to follow the law, but you're absolutely right. It's about creating a space. When we're looking at benefits, we're looking at inclusive benefits. We want to make sure that we're talking about all kinds of parental leave, all kinds of supports for childcare, for commuting, for a flexible work schedule. Not everybody has access to internet. And what does that mean to everybody? And those are the policies that we get to create, that I get to create in my position, which is, you're right, it's very, very challenging. But once you are able to create those, now you're bringing all of those resources, exactly what you're saying, Minnie, you're bringing all of those resources together and creating it so that people can have those access and bridge that gap. Thank you, Minnie. That's exactly it.
Absolutely. Carolina.
No, I know. I apologize. My connection, you know, when everything is destined to you prepare the best you can and then things fail, it's out of my control, and I apologize profusely. But in hearing all of you speak, and I love how you dive into loss, and to me it brings attention to speaking up, right? To saying this is what we need, making ourselves the priority. And it's so powerful that you both share that the loss around it, even at work. But I associate that with everything, right? In our daily lives and in our communities, with government. At every level, that's where we need to make ourselves a priority. That's where we need to raise our voice. That's where we need to demand for change, or to say this is not right, or this doesn't work for me. And that takes
Oh my God, that was so
and that
powerful.
takes
There
putting
you go.
yourself as a best. Exactly. So I don't know if you hear me or not. I'm trying here. I'm trying my best, but you know, connections, I apologize again.
We did, and you left us at a cliffhanger, and then you came back. So we're good. But I think you all bring something very, very important, which is about being okay with asking for help. Because we don't traditionally, we don't ask for help, right? We're the ones helping others all the time. Even if people don't ask for our help, like we're the ones that are there as, you know, helping others and trying to fix everybody and helping, you know, whatever it is. But it's very, very hard for many of us. I know for me, it still is very hard to ask for help, because you're supposed to be strong. You're supposed to have all the answers. You are supposed to like get it figured out. If not, so how do we shift that mindset, to be okay with asking for help and not come with this incredible feeling of guilt and shame that comes from asking for help, right?
Well, I mean, that's like capsulizing so many of the questions that we have into one dynamic, one right here. So you can take it from a myriad of factors. But for me, what I want to start with is, and we all can attest to this, is, it's really traditionally starts at an early age. From the moment that we're birthing and we're walking around, there's this male-female definitions of setting up and defining the patterns with which we assign ourselves. Then it happens at home. Then it happens at work. Right, because then it's other variables as to, and it even can come from your female colleagues and peers as well, because it's just not. Then that's a little bit of social alienation or discrimination, depending on which way you want to look at it. So that happens there. So we're taught to sacrifice as an early part of our culture. So we sit back and we say, okay. Then you said that aspect of guilt. So if I don't do this, oh my God, am I being selfish? Because I'm not putting it out there. I'm not stepping up into that space. So when you hear that and you say that, there is this balance that where you're standing still. But one of the things that I wanted to touch on is that this aspect of traditional growth and how we get to where we are it's hardwired into your brain. So you almost have to pause each time you think about each moment in your day. You have to be present in the aspect of you got to where you are and how do you begin to keep your goals and vision moving while you balance this tradition, this hardwiring. Yes, and what I mean by hardwiring, you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you get out of bed, you don't think about those things. You put on the pot of coffee, you do all these things. That's hardwiring. So the same roles and aspects have come with us historically, they're part of our history. So to change that, you have to pause, like I said, take that breath and put that vision and that dream, because it's yours. And there's nothing wrong with your history. It's, do you want it to be your history as you move forward? Because we need to stop and change that history starting today with a purpose. And it's okay, because you're not being selfish. It's that first no you say. It feels so bad. That first time you say no to somebody, in your family, and somebody you love. And it's got to be a gracious no, because it's not like you're saying, no, it's, you know what? I have to really go take this class I'm really interested in taking, or I really got to show up and be with my friends, or this job, whatever that moment becomes, because we've all had several of those, right? And that begins to change and shift some of that hardwiring, because if we don't do that, then we stay the same. And I don't want to say life passes us by. Again, we're riding along with it. And then one day you sit back and you say, why didn't I? But it comes with this self-care, that pause, that self-reflection, and identifying what it is that is going to make you happy at the end of each and every day. And you can have both. You can have both.
Absolutely. And Jennifer is saying on the chat, asking for help is not a weakness. No one succeeds alone, right? I mean, we can, but the journey is going to be so much longer to take it than trying to ask for help. And I think most of us, when we want to give help, so when somebody asks us for help, like the majority will help each other. Juisa.
Millie, that is so true. I love what you're talking about the pause, and understand the pause and understand it with yourself. Our body talks to us. And I remember growing up and diciéndole a mi mamá, me duele la cabeza, my head hurts, I don't feel well, can I get some medicine? Because, and she would say, espérate, take a pause. What could be causing this headache? And of course, I'm not talking about real chronic illness. I know that is out there too, but just her understanding me and understanding where is that headache? Why don't you just pause? Even the ocho añitos, all the way to college. And so now that's my go-to of thinking, what is it that's causing my body, my inner body to react? And I remember the wonderful and amazing Maya Angelou when she was talking about once you know better, you do better, and listen to these inner thoughts that you have sometimes. So when you're taking this pause, look around and see who's part of your support network, reach out, see what's out there, listen to some other people and figure out how it is that you can ask for help. I think asking for help is really hard. It was absolutely really hard for me. And it still is really hard for me. I worry about perception. I worry about what my colleagues are going to think, or how I'm asking, or who I can trust. But it doesn't mean I don't go for it. It's not that easy for me. It's just not, but I certainly still do it. And I certainly just needed help. I had a friend who flew in to help me with the kids. She was with me for a solid 12 hours, helped me with the kids so I could attend a work event. It took a lot for me to ask, but she was able to do it that way. So taking that pause, thinking about what it is that you can get, and then moving forward.
Yeah. Carolina, maybe if you turn your video off, we'll have better bandwidth to hear your. We know
Yeah,
you're here.
No, yeah, but you know I exist. You know I'm here. Yes. So for me, everything that has been mentioned, saying no, prioritizing yourself, setting boundaries as well, just giving value to your time, to your voice, to your heart, to your mind, to your whole self. And sadly, or not sadly for some people, but to me, eliminating, not eliminating, I don't want to sound horrific, but giving priority to the people that need that priority in my life. So that could be your family, that could be, your partner, that could be your children if you have children, or your nephews and nieces, grandmother. Sometimes they need more time than everything else that you're doing, or anyone else, or any other friend, and not feeling guilty about it. And Luisa, I know when you said, oh, I still feel something that I work on daily. Guess what? We all work on that daily. Ladies, we all do. But that's the thing. That's how we move forward, right? It's little by little. Change is not going to happen instantly. Change is going to be little by little, even if it's one step ahead and then half a step back, you're still moving forward. And that's what we want. And towards that change, towards a better version of ourselves.
Yes, absolutely. And Sandra on the chat is saying we also need to figure, to find that fine balance between capacity and bandwidth, right? Because I think that's also very important. Millie, Juisa, as we start heading into the last few minutes of our chat, any final words, call to action, things that have helped you try to find this balance?
Well, I'll say that for me, it's standing in your truth, knowing that you have the instinct and the like I said, the history to go and find the next step, because it's there. You know where you want to go, and also believing that all dreams are possible. We wouldn't be on this call, the authors we have together. We wouldn't have all of you out there in the audience as well if we weren't doing this and thinking dreams were possible. And I challenge myself this every day. When I started to write the chapter, Now Latinas Again, thank you so much for making me take that moment. The biggest challenge for me was, how do I put a lifetime into 15 pages? How do I put that down? And I asked you out there every day, when somebody's going to read your narrative or tell you or hear your story one day, what would you want them to know about you that would inspire them? Right? Because that is what it is. And those are the moments that you write, because those are the moments that will be you. But not everybody's going to have a chance to do what we did and write that. But the people you touch each and every day, they're your story. The people that know you and you've impacted, whether you're a role model, you're a sponsor, you're a mentor, whatever that is, that's your narrative. Because that's where they see how we're breaking the cycle. That's where they can look up to and be expressive. So don't be afraid, stand in your truth, take control, and be the owner of your power, because boy, do we have so much of it.
Absolutely. Juisa.
I love that. I love that, Millie, standing in your truth. I've worked with a lot of people, and everything that Millie says, yes. And I just to add, I've worked with a lot of women and a lot of Latina women who have actually said to me, I don't know what my power is. And I don't know, I don't know how to find it. What is that passion? What is that power? What is that truth? And recently I have been doing a lot of work, and I'm not sure if you're all familiar with Martha Beck, who I was not familiar with for a long time. And I wish I had been really familiar with her. It's talk about understanding your integrity. And to Millie's point, learning and finding your truth. What is that truth? Sometimes I say to myself, do I love living in the city? Do I love living in the country? Can I have both? What is it? I love working. I love my kids. It's listening to a soul teacher and finding a soul teacher. And that could be reading a book. I've listened to Martha Beck's book probably 3 times, listening to it. And then now I'm reading it page by page because I want to look at the words. And we're looking for that integrity. And it's a journey. I don't think, and in my career and in my personal and professional life, I don't think I've ever felt as though this idea of there's a competency, you stop learning. We're lifelong learners. And as you're growing and as you're learning and as you're finding your truth, it's a continual process. And it's a beautiful process. Own the messy parts. Own the successes. They all come together. All of my failures are now my successes. And it's really, really, really important for us to share that. And whatever, I'm an extrovert, so I happily share. Some people are introverted, so they can share in their own way. But certainly have that moment for yourself and live with that integrity and find that soul teacher that speaks to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And somebody was asking what's the name of the book, but I saw that Hadassah has already dropped it. Again, this is the power of community, right? One person has a question and another person or another 2 or 3 have the answer. I'm also seeing like people already dropping the links there. This is the power of community, of coming together, of helping each other. Carolina, final words.
I think that for me, it's to choose ourselves, to put ourselves first, to love us unconditionally. Just like when we love other people, love yourself unconditionally. You should come first, always. Surround yourself with the people that you want in your life. United Latinas is an example of that, right? And find the people, find those allies, and be in places around people that are going to have the people that you want to be with or to strive to become. That's another thing. It's those little things that will help us be stronger. So that will be it for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the 3 of you. Carolina, thank you so much for making some space from your vacation in Portugal with your mom. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really, really appreciate. Thank you, Juisa. Thank you, Millie, for this powerful conversation. People are asking for where can they connect with you. So make sure that you drop your links on the chat. And we're going to continue on today with a couple more power talks and a couple more gifts as well. Sandra, we have gifts.
We do. Oh my gosh, I'm just so inspired by the conversation and about reading the chat and how we have impacted women today. I think we underestimate the power of our voice, for sure, for certain. I'm positive that we do underestimate the power of our voice. Looking at the chat, I think all of you, every single one thus far, I mean, we have gotten such amazing feedback on what you have done for other women. So think about that for a second. Sometimes raising our voice and the impact that we have on other women and other Latinas that have often feel unheard, unrepresented, feel too small to make a noise, feeling inspired and reinvigorated that, man, we can do something. We can do more. And we are like together when we unite, man, es un fuego that I can't even describe. This is like and I love campfires, but like this is like a beyond campfire, right? Like we are flaming. We are inspiring other women to make sure that they own their own voice. So I'm excited. I'm excited and I'm inspired by what I've been reading and this whole aura of who we are, which is why I love it.
So we have more gifts to give out. So remember to drop your name, drop your LinkedIn or your social media or something on the chat so that we can connect with you. We'll be giving away copies of the book. We'll be giving away 1 premium membership for United Latinas and a couple of other merch. So remember to drop your name on the chat. And to continue us on, Silvia, Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros desde México, en esta plática tan importante on the power of diversity. Y the scenery is all yours.
Hi everyone, hola a todas, ¿cómo están? Sí, estoy en México, el clima está hoy es bueno, but I'm going to switch to English, so I think that that's a language that we've been using. And thank you very much for this space. So reflecting a little bit on what I wanted to share with you, and then looking at the book, I actually started reading all of the stories around the book, and I was amazed by the stories, not only great stories, but the consistency on resilience, learning, really not being defined and defining yourself. And that's a little bit what it was being shared on loving you unconditionally, the source of inspiration, drive, and then very important, dream big, and then purpose. So all of those ingredients that I got from reading the stories in the book and then out in the learnings, it took me to the place of why I do, and I have taken the interest on diversity so close to my heart. I felt that my journey was only mine. And normally when I'm giving talks or I'm asked to go to speeches, one of the questions that they keep on asking me, and it always comes, is what would I say to my younger self if I could go back? And that question keeps on coming, and I have been changing the answer. The answer that I was giving is to take it easy, and but then reflecting and reflecting on my journey, the part that I think that I would have done differently is really to value the network much more and start creating my network and seeking for advice much more. So when I hear you and I hear Ileana saying, wow, what's the power of this connection? That's absolutely true. I'm saying if you want to make the difference, how women can start that journey of the collective easier and faster, well, it's by actually sharing the stories and sharing the rights. It really gets me annoyed when I hear that sometimes women is the worst enemy of women. I guess that it was in previous generations. And yes, I have a good share of not very good bosses, but I also have a very good share of women that have changed my life. And that woman shaped the kind of leader that I wanted to be, and therefore the kind of leaders that I want to build around me. And let me share with you some statistics that are in Latin America. They're not exactly from the US, but if I look at numbers in LATAM of the size of the journey that we need to do, it's men are employed, 80% of men are employed. Women, only 50% of women are employed in the formal economy. Wow. And when we looked at the jobs that were lost with COVID, most of the men jobs have already recovered. Only 50% of women jobs, a little bit more, have recovered. And we need a lot more men in the journey, because also sharing the load, which is something that we don't talk about that much. In Mexico, this is very specific to Mexico, but the time that women spend in doing home activities is around 48 hours per week versus 11 of men. So, and how much of that is because of the society and how much is self-imposed? Because we are the ones that are the homemakers, and that we don't want to give up that responsibility either, because that's a little bit of what we culturally inherited. And then why is it so difficult for us? Well, there's a lot of culture barriers. Yes, these are these stereotypes that we need to change, and that we need to change from the young ones, starting, but not only to women, but only to men, and also to men. In LATAM, we have significant gaps on public policies and government support. Discrimination and gender violence is something that is quite prevalent, and it's not the violence normally the one that people describe, and it's a little micromachismos that make us not speak up or make us afraid of speak up, or tolerating the jokes when we think they're not appropriate, but you don't want to be standing up as being different, on getting uncomfortable with those things. And well, when we look at what we bring to the party, and this is the hard data, we can call that diversity is relevant only because it's social justice. No, it's actually, we are very good return of investment. We are one of the best return of investments. So investing in us is really relevant for a company. So again, going to research, well, of the companies researched by McKinsey, 345 companies in LATAM, 44% higher return of investment once you have more than 30% women in the management team, 47% higher margin. Is it just chance? Or is it really that we are bringing a different conversation to the table? But we need to bring it, and we need to not be afraid to speak up about it. So it's really taking the space, not only that we deserve, but that we make the space better by our presence. I've been engaged in diversity, I think that for the last 12 years, and let me tell you a story. So I'm right now the vice president of the International Women Forum, but I joined the International Women Forum 12 years ago as part of a fellow. And I thought that my journey was incredibly lonely. And when I went to that fellows program, I discovered that I found it was more than 40 women that were exactly like me. So immediately my journey stopped being lonely. And I started with the process of taking it very clear that that was my personal passion, therefore my personal mission on creating the better condition for women to be successful. The last job that I did using my infrastructure, so I worked for Danone in Latin America, and Danone is really committed to diversity. So we became the company that was the leader into creating, let's call it, the manual in which companies can do diversity inclusion. Everyone wants to do it, but following different methodologies, and that's okay. There's no perfect one, but you don't need to start reinventing yourself every time or every company. So we created the guidelines, and it was a work, yes, led by Danone, but with 70 companies, NGOs, and academia that were part of it. And first we did an analysis in each of the companies of what was the starting point, then dividing the work into what were the recommendations. We came up with 90, which obviously that's not feasible. So we went back to creating 19 very clear recommendations divided in 5 tables of work. One that had to do of gender-based violence in the workplace. Inclusive programs is the second one, wage gaps, women participation in the economy, and the balance between personal and work balance. So we brought these to the world and to the companies. Right now in Mexico, 140 companies had already, 400 had already downloaded the guidelines, but 140 are really committed, and they are making it part of the diversity program. This is just a starting point. So we want to make the guidelines available for the rest of Latin America. And if any one of you are curious about it, I can, of course, share with you what they are, because they are the perfect complement to any activities that companies are doing. They don't fight. So that's what I wanted to share with you. And I have a little bit of my learnings included in the book, but curiosity, there's not shortcut to being well prepared. We know that we are in the places where we are because we are good. We are good at doing what we do, and then we keep on learning. So that there's no shortcut for preparation and to remaining curious. Resilience. Allow yourself to make mistakes. The important thing is how you bounce back from them, but they're also part of the learning journey. Without making mistakes, well, sometimes it's because we are not trying hard enough. And have great people around you. So always have someone around you that inspire you, have great teams, be very demanding with your teams, but they are the ones that are going to create the path for you, and have fun in the journey. So we are the ones also that bring fun to the journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. And you, I can see in the chat many people asking. So if you can share with us the link, or where can we get the information? Because I think it's going to be very, very valuable for a lot of the people that are present in this room. And thank you for as well for sharing your time, your story, and for the great work that you're doing at United Latinas. We're all over the place. We're Latinas everywhere in the world, right? And this is about building community and supporting each other. So thank you, Sylvia, for being our United Latina in Mexico, and being here and sharing your story with us today.
Thank you very much, Ileana, for the invitation. And yes, I will send to you. Do I put it in the chat, or how do we? Yes. Should I do it?
Yes, you can put it on the chat, and we'll also make sure to share it out through our different places that we
Absolutely. Have. Okay, very good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we're moving on quickly to our next guest. Here, let me do this. Our next Power Talk is Maribel Feliciano from Broward County, and also one of our sponsors for our event today. Thank you so much for sponsoring, for supporting, because it's like partners and sponsors like you that we're able to continue to provide events like this one and all the different leadership programs that we have at United Latinas and workshops, so that Latinas can continue to rise to those leadership positions in any career and professional place that they're in. So thank you so much for being here with us today. And your Power Talk, you are not alone, the power of networking and connecting. And I'm excited about it. And the floor is all yours.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to be here. What an excellent program we've had this afternoon. Very active group of speakers this morning and this afternoon, and the chat is really active as well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So I want to encourage everybody to type on the chat. If you can please tell me in one word, what is it that you have received? What have you learned for the last few sessions? Just in one word, what is it that you have learned today? How do you feel at this time? Are you feeling empowered? Are you feeling inspired? Are you, there you go, empowered? Go for your dreams. Excellent. What a great, motivated, love it. What a great program we have today. It is a pleasure for Broward County, for the Office of Economic and Small Business Development to sponsor this event. We want you to know that you're not alone. Broward County, local governments, state governments, and federal governments have a lot of resources to help you grow your career, to help your business. If you have a business, if you're an entrepreneur and you're thinking about starting your business, you're not alone. We're here to assist you. But I really wanted to focus a little bit on networking, the power of networking, the power of connecting, and following through. Those three things are so important, right? So basically, we've been talking this afternoon about networking, but all of you are really busy, right? As women, we have a lot of things that we need to do, right? We have to take care of our homes, our families, work, and take care of ourselves as well, right? We talked about how important that is. Self-care is so important, and we keep forgetting to do that because we're always taking care of others. So we need to spend our time in a meaningful way, right? So you need to divide your time for all the things that you have to do. And networking is one of those things that can take a lot of your time. However, you are going to be intentional on how you network. You're going to have a purpose for every networking opportunity that you have. You are going to be intentional, and you're going to be evaluating. This is going to be a scientific process by which you're going to be evaluating the people that you're working with. Intentional networking, because we don't have a lot of time to spare, right? So that's why it's so important that you're meaningful on what you're doing. So what are the values of networking? You're going to build relationships, but you want to build meaningful relationships. You want to build relationships that are going to add value to your life, to your career, to your business, and to your bottom line, right? That's critical. You're going to get to obtain advice from the people that you're going to be networking with. You're going to establish some mentors, some partners, some sponsors that are going to help you. But it's also really important that as you are making those connections, right? As you are building those networks, that you keep in touch with the folks that you see are adding value to your bottom line, to your purpose, to your business, to your career. Very critical that you do that. So can you tell me, I want everybody to type on the chat just very quickly, think about one person that you have met in the last year, right? Through networking that have really added value to your career, to your job, to your business. What is that one quality that person had that really allowed you to connect with them and then continue to build that relationship? If you can type on the chat, what is that one quality? Audacity, excellent. Action, drive, yes. Supportive, people that are supportive, yes. Leadership, commitment, inspirational, courage, love it. So that is exactly what we want you to do moving forward. We want you to be really meaningful when you're selecting where you're going to go, what events, networking events you're going to attend. We want you to be intentional. Think about what is your goal as part of your networking? Is it growing your business? And if it's growing your business, think about your target customers, right? Very important. Is it advance your career? And if it's that, think about your professional organizations, right? Etc. Very important. Then you start building those connections, right? So those connections, the networking, when you start building those connections, then you start building that trust with those individuals that you're getting to meet. And it's really, really important and critical, the follow through. Right now, you have a lot of platforms. You have LinkedIn, you have Instagram, you have a lot of other platforms. You have Calendly. You have free platforms that can help you connect, that can help you follow up and follow through with those contacts that you establish. Take advantage of the technology that's out there because it can save you a lot of time. If you use the technology that you have available, you can save a lot of time. Networking, scheduling those follow-up meetings with the people that you meet, scheduling those leads with your potential customers, and also building those relationships, those long-term relationships that are going to contribute to your bottom line. So again, those are just some of the really important topics that I want to discuss with you this afternoon, because I know throughout the afternoon, you've been talking about the value of networking, building those relationships, sisterhood, empowering other women. As you are reaching those positions of leadership, those positions where you're hiring and you're recruiting, make sure that you're supporting other women as part of your journey. That is also really, really important and really critical for you to be successful. At the Office of Economic and Small Business Development, we have capacity building workshops on a weekly basis. So we really encourage you to visit us on our website, Broward County Office of Economic and Small Business. It has been a pleasure for us to sponsor this event. And please go to our website because we are here to assist you. You're not alone. We are here to help you connect to additional resources. If you need access to capital, we're able to help you connecting you to financial organizations. If you're an entrepreneur and need help developing your concept or an idea for a business, we are here to help you as well. So I wish you a lot of success networking, connecting, and following through. Very important.
Thank you so much. And I think we've heard throughout today and many of the people here, the speakers here, talked about how important it is not only to connect, obviously that's what we're here for, but how the resources are not necessarily available to us Latinas. However, there are resources out there. We just don't know exactly where they are. So the work that you do is so, so important at Broward County to be able to make those connections. Yes, there are resources, they're over here. So when you're trying to get a grant, get a fund, you know, get anything, you're able to build that. So thank you so much for that. I think that's so, so important. And everybody here to understand that there's always somebody out there that can connect you with somebody else so that you can get whatever you need to be able to grow. Thank you so much, Maribel, for the work that you and Broward County are doing.
Thank you.
Sandra.
This has been my brain, and I don't know if you, please put in the chat, if your brain is like, holy crap, empowerment overload. We are like, it is up to, if it is to be, it's up to us, right? It is up to us to make sure that we make things happen. This has been kind of the thread.
Yeah, that's part of our life as well. It's part of
but that is the thread that is weaving through all of these discussions, that it's up to us to make sure that we reach out to one another, that we connect with one another, that we say, hey, how could I help you? How can we work together, and how do we build things? That is how we're going to change the narrative and move the ball forward. This is amazing. I am so inspired. I don't know about you, Liliana, but I am inspired.
I have to say that I've been standing all this time and I have my chair beside me because I thought that I wasn't going to make it through the whole time. And I've just been so energized that I'm still standing and I still have energy to go. I can't tell you about the weekend. Probably I'm going to sleep through the weekend, but this is just, it's just giving me the whole energy for our next event that's going to happen in September. I have enough energy to plow us through all the way through September, our big event, right? Because we have a lot of events every month. Remember to check us out on our website, unitedlatinas.com, and also join. I just dropped on the chat the link to sign up for our event next week on Tuesday, which is our Latina leadership meeting. That is all about networking. That is all about connecting. That is all about how can we help each other. So don't miss out on signing up. You do not need to be a member of United Latinas to attend that event, but you can see there, you can find out how this community of incredible women that we're just here to support each other will benefit you, and you can also benefit us, right? Because this is work that requires all of us coming together. Okay, we have more gifts,
more gifts, because we want to do more giveaways. But I would love to hear, like, are there any topics that we have not covered that you feel we need to cover? Because we want to make sure that we cover what is like stirring up, right? Because cada uno, we have like these things in our minds and we're like, man, I wish somebody talked about this. So let us know if there's a topic, or if we have covered it, if we brought together these thought leaders that are covering topics that we know are important. Imposter syndrome, which we've talked about in the past in other events. That
we'll bring it up again.
We will, absolutely. And that is a periodic topic of how do we continuously overcome that sense of feeling, because we want to get rid of it. And we want to own the power between our nestness to make sure that we are thriving forward without imposter syndrome.
We have at United Latinas a battery of workshops, of programs. So all the information that you share with us in terms of what do you need, if we don't have it, we'll make sure to go out there and find an expert, because we have a really strong pool of experts, as you saw here today, that will share that information, that will help there, will be with you. We also have our speakers club. So those of you that want to be a speaker and are not a speaker, want to learn how to be a speaker, you can join our speaker club. We can help you become a speaker. If you're already a speaker, also join the speaker club, because we're going to start to promote our speakers so that they get gigs all the way through Hispanic Heritage Month, because it's an important one, right? And people are going to start looking for Latina speakers, and we are going to be that platform that are going to start promoting all of our speakers so that they get a gig in Hispanic Heritage Month, September, October this year. So also join us for the speaker club, and just this community that's just a beautiful community of we're all here just to support each other. So share with us the topics that you find that you think are important to you for you to grow, so that we can make sure that we provide you with a webinar, a workshop, an expert mentorship, anything that's needed on that end. Anything else before we move on to our next speaker, who I know is ready to share all of the wealth of information and basically close us off with, just everything that we've chatted here today.
This has been amazing. Before Anna comes on, which is like the powerhouse. And if you don't know Anna, you need to be following her. Oh, all of these speakers, but for certain, the one that gives us the data about where we stand as a community is Anna, and that is where we come to as a resource. But if you are not following her, please follow her. And yeah,
and sorry, before I invite Anna to come in, Dulce, I apologize. You're absolutely right. Dulce Orozco, who's one of our members and one of our experts, is going to do a workshop on imposter syndrome in May, and it's actually going to be 2 workshops, because one virtual for everybody, and then one in person here in Massachusetts, and in the Massachusetts Northeast area. So those 2 are also happening in May for imposter syndrome. Thank you so much, Dulce, for reminding me that. So stay tuned.
And I just want to emphasize that topic, the imposter syndrome topic. Most people watching this right now have an imposter syndrome, right? And we need to get off of that syndrome, and we need to understand our power. And I hope that through these talks, that is what some of that rejuvenating power that you have. But we are excited to end it with Ana Valdez, who is going to really give us some numbers and really give us some figures to why we shouldn't feel imposter syndrome in the United States. So
yes, and Sylvia just dropped the link to the guidelines that she was sharing. I just saw it on the chat, so make sure that you also save that link. Anna, like you're gonna bring us home. I know it. I've been waiting for this the whole time. Although we've had some incredible conversations, and I know you've been with us since the beginning.
I know. I'm so inspired, Ileana and Sandra. You have created a monster, a fantastic monster here. It's like all this amazing Latinas, force of nature together, energized and united because of United Latinas. So I cannot be more excited. I cannot be more proud and honored to be here with you guys. You've really created an amazing group. And of course, everything that everybody has said, I've been watching the comments, the chat, everything has been amazing. And also, I cannot tell you how happy I am, first of all, to see some very good friends. And then the other part is to see so many people citing our information. That is so exciting. And for those of you that haven't heard our data, you'll understand why I'm saying this. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. I'm not going to tell you too much because this is so energized that I think we have to put a face to the data and Latinas to the data, right? But I'm going to share with you some numbers, and the fact that this information has been quoted all through your event, not only citing us like V, for example, or Eneida, always adored these 2 women. They are best ambassadors, the same as the 2 of you, by the way, Sandra and Ileana, but also people that probably didn't even know it comes from us. It doesn't matter. What we want is this data to be mainstream, this data for everybody to use it. Beatriz said it in such a good way that her fans are like completely familiar with this. Sometimes the data that I'm going to share with you in a little bit is so powerful when you're watching your kid playing football and you're the only Latina there, and then suddenly you start sharing this information. People are like, wow, I didn't know. And then they call you for business. And so this is really, in my opinion, I'm excited to close this incredible event because it is just what I want to do is to give you tools so that now that you're so energized, you run with these numbers, and please use them everywhere. So
information is power. So let's get on it, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, to start with, I think that data also it is so ad hoc right now, because the theme that you chose, which is changing the narrative, most of the times can only be done with data, right? I can tell you that I'm really nice, but then I have to show you the proof, right? And so the data is good to change the narrative. And that's how you'll see I have some changing the narrative points in my data here reserved for us. But I also wanted to go back to the calladitas no nos vemos más bonitas, right? This data is not very helpful if it remains in your drawer, or if it remains in your mind, but you don't share it. So calladitas no nos vemos más bonitas. And in fact, one of the most important, Silvia and a lot of different people here talked about it, one of the most important tools that we have is our voice. And I'm going to talk a little bit about all the different voices that we have as Latinas. And so, you know, you'll see. So I'm going to, again, I'm going to share my screen. I love how Ileana uses ta-ta-ta also like I do. Okay, so here it is, share screen. And then you're gonna see a little bit of my PowerPoint, but I'm gonna put it in presentation mode, so you'll see it. So my name is Ana Valdez. I am the president and CEO of the Latino Donor Collaborative. And what we are is a think tank that creates data, and we distribute it for free. So this data is for everybody to have. And what we do and what our board, we are a nonprofit, by the way, and we're supported by our board. Our board is made out of most of the top business people in the United States, and business people, Latino business people, and they actually support the organization. So you rarely will see me fundraising, because I'm super lucky that these people are so dedicated for you to know these numbers, that it allows us to create the information and the data, and then for you to distribute it and use it as you please. So, so with that, who are Latinos? Of course, you know, 3 Latinas and 2 Latinos. I had to put a little bit more Latinas because, you know, of our event. So we come in all colors, in all, you know, shapes, in all forms. But the truth is that, let me tell you a little bit of who Latinos are, because of course we know we're wonderful, we're, you know, we dance really well, we, you know, we like our food, right? But Latinos spend, as somebody already mentioned here, 1.7 trillion annually. And this is only Latinas. And let me tell you what the important part of this is, that according to all of our reports, 86% of all Latinas are the ones that control the spending at home. And think about it. Even if you have a very dominating husband, right? Or if you have parents that are kind of like monitoring you all the time, we made the decisions. In the end, we're the ones saying, where are we going to live? What are we going to buy? What are our kids, if we have kids, are going to, you know, which school are they going to go to? So this is like a statistic that is proven. 86% of all the decisions in a household are made by a Latina in a Latino household. So when you look at the data, for example, 59% of Hispanic women consumed any regular soft drink. So what we're doing is actually driving the growth in numbers. We are good friends with a lot of the C-suite and with a lot of the CEOs of companies. And for example, the CEO of Walmart always tells us, and the great thing is that we can quote this number, 92% of the growth, not of the sales total, of the growth of Walmart comes from Latinos. Think about this. Without us, they wouldn't grow. So see how indispensable you are? See how important it is when you decide to go to Walmart or to Sam's or to Costco? So imagine the power that you have. As Latinas, you have the power to sway companies. You know, you have the power to speak out and complain and create changes. You have the power to approve and to celebrate and create and empower a company itself. So I have numbers like this, and they are so many. Please email me if you need anything. Our website is latinodonorcollaborative.org. But I don't want to give you too many charts unless they really come handy to this conversation that we've had for 3 hours right now. So first of all, and I hope you all know this, but if you don't, please grab it and memorize it. We are the second largest group in the United States, right? Anglos are 60% and Latinos are 19%, almost 20%. The important part of this is not only what we are today, but imagine how we're growing. So I don't know if you know this, but Latinos are the youngest community of all, even compared to anybody else. So the average age of a Latino, well, if you had 1 to 100, the number that is more populated in the Latino community is 11 years old. The same number for the Anglo community is 69. So our kids, we Latinas create kids, we Latinas create all this youth, and our kids today, 30% of all the new births in the United States are Latinos. And we as Latinas are actually giving birth to them and we're raising them. So imagine how much more powerful you have as Latinas, whether you have kids or not, because as Latinas, you have, I'm sure, nephews and nieces, even if you don't have kids, right? So this is super, super important. And I think one of the most important parts, as I said, 30% of Gen Alphas are Latinos. That is crazy, you guys. Imagine in a country that is the biggest potence, until today in this world, in global economy, 30% of all the kids that are being born are Latinos. That's kind of mind-boggling to me. I mean, when we started creating this information, we actually realized that we had to go with partners of research that were incredibly credible, because the numbers are so compelling that some people were not believing the numbers, even though they were official US Census numbers or official US Department of Labor numbers or official US, all kinds of secretaries and all kinds of offices, fancy offices in Washington, DC. People were like, I'm not sure these numbers are correct. And yes, they are correct. And so now we have Stanford and UCLA and Arizona State University and, Notre Dame University and everybody saying these numbers so that there's no doubt these numbers are incredibly correct. And the thing is this, that lots of us, like me, I am an immigrant. So, when I came here to this country, lots of Latinos were actually immigrants. But in the last 10 years, the majority of the kids are being born here. So imagine that our kids, Latinas, who we are so powerful, right? And we're having all these incredible kids that are 30% of the kids being born in this country. Well, guess what? These kids are bicultural, sometimes bilingual, and they know that their parents have sacrificed everything for them. So they're motivated to go there and find their best opportunities to prove to their parents that their investment was correct, to thank their parents, and to thank this country, quite frankly, because that's another thing that our community has. We are incredibly grateful. In this country, I'm not sure there's other community that is so grateful. We you serve in the military, we give back with our philanthropy. We just honor this country in so many different ways. So imagine more and more to your merit and to who you are as Latinas. When I said 30% in the country, I missed to say that 1 out of every 2 kids in New York and California are Latinos. Do you kind of I don't know about you, but these numbers are just crazy. By city, I can tell you. But what I'm going to tell you right now is about how we produce, because I already spoke about, we're consuming, that's great. We have a lot of, power, but we're also are producing. So 2.75 trillion are produced by Latinos in this country. And what that means is that if we were an economy, we would be the 5th largest economy. And more importantly, of the top 10 economies in the world, if we were an economy, US Latinos in the United States, only in the United States, I'm not talking about Latin America, only in the United States. If US Latinos in the United States were an economy, they would be the 3rd fastest growing in the world. Only China and India are oh my God, my immigrant accent, right? Only China and India are actually growing faster than US Latinos in America. So for me, that's kind of crazy. Our good friend, Steve Forbes, always says that Latinos are the cavalry coming to America's economy. But let's remember these things, because ladies, we need to put this in front of everything we do. We need, as Beatriz, to tell this to our kids, right? We need to use these numbers so that all the stereotypes and the preconceived ideas of some groups go away finally, because the myth versus the reality is huge. And the reality is infinitely better. And the reality is just fact-based. We're not praising ourselves. We're not relaunching a product. We're not marketing ourselves. We're just stating facts. Our kids are also enrolling in college much faster than any other community. And we are, again, buying and, driving most of the household products and most of the consumer product industries. I have all this information and I'll share it with Ileana and Sandra so that you guys have it. But again, we're grateful. We're serving the military. And according to our report, we do a lot of reports, by the way. Till today, we've done 29 reports, and we're extremely proud of each one of them. You can get them all for free on our website, latinodonorcollaborative.org. But we did a coronavirus report. And as you all know, and I'm going to spare you the lines here, but Latinos suffered. They suffered tremendously, right? Especially the people that were on the front, right? The people that were, in the fields, and people that had to work in the streets and had to work in the stores, etc. But guess what? After that 2020, that was devastating for Latinos, not only with deaths, but also economically. Well, guess what? The first cohort back to work, according to the US Department of Labor, the first cohort were Latino men. Back in March 2021, they were back at their even higher level of employment. And women didn't, because as you all know, anecdotally, and it's proven by the numbers, we all cared about our kids, right? We needed to make sure that our kids who were being taught digitally were fine. We needed, unfortunately, there was no infrastructure for daycare. So, lots of us had to stay, but we found our way. The biggest boost in entrepreneurship from Latinas happened right after the biggest crisis of coronavirus. So we found our way. We kept excelling, right? And just FYI, this is a number that always amazes me, especially because, remember, Latinas, we're the ones making most of the decisions. So while, of course, some of our Latinos were struggling, there was 80% of the rest of us Latinos that were lucky to have some savings or were having access to capital and actually took advantage of that. And 9 million today, 9 million Latinos have their own homes, and 700,000 of them were bought in at the most critical time during the pandemic. So Latinos and Latinas were actually taking advantage, not advantage, they were actually, yes, in Spanish you say, no es aprovechándose, es tomando la ventaja, right, of this opportunity in the market. So just FYI, the Urban Institute, which is not us, projects that between 2020 and 2040, 70% of the net new home ownership in the United States will come from Hispanics. Remember, we're only 19%. Well, will be 70% of the people buying new homes. So who are Latinos? I mean, honestly, who are Latinos? Latinos are the new mainstream economy in America. We are driving the economy. And why are these numbers important to change the narrative and to the event today? Because you have to internalize these numbers. You have to make sure that everybody hears them from you, because this cohort is already bringing a lot of wealth to companies, but and to these companies, for example, we have, as I said, we have really good relationships with CEOs, and some of them kill for our community, and they have a lot of budget going to us, but some of them don't, you guys. And that's why there's still a big gap between perception and reality. We do, another one of our reports is called Latino Representation in Media, and we do this we're very lucky to partner with Nielsen, who of course has so much, wealth of information. And one of the things that Nielsen tells us is that, media has changed a lot. First of all, media is creating the images. People that have never met a Latino, for example, in Middle America, they think that Latinos are narcos or they are gang members because of what they see on TV, right? So media has a lot to do with the stereotyping. And unfortunately, we in media are lagging behind. In the last 5 years, there's been a lot of growth for other communities in media. We are extremely happy for the African-American community. We're extremely proud for the Asian American community. They are now even overrepresented in media, which is fantastic. But guess what? The sad news of this graphic from Nielsen is that we are underrepresented 71%. So if I actually, our past speaker was asking, I want you to put on the chat, if you've seen a great role in shows or in movies that you're proud of in the last 5 years. And and I know which ones you're gonna say, and unfortunately, it's only 2 or 3 or 4. On the other hand, every other community has amazing role models. And let me tell you what, as everybody has been saying in this talk, we are a great business. When you put Latinos on shows, they do amazing, right? You have, Jane the Virgin and Magnum PI and Selena and the Diary of Future President and Coco. And of course, recently, Lincoln Lawyer and Wednesday and The Father of the Bride. But unfortunately, they're very few. And we don't understand it. The only explanation we can actually have is that they don't care. Media is just blocked. They haven't allowed us to tell our stories. The very few stories are limited. And again, as I said, the very few stories are great. So we don't understand what they're not doing. You have to have your voice, and we have to have voice, so that we can change that, because the perception and the reality won't change. The narrative won't be restored until we actually have good role modeling in media. So I have 6 call to actions for you. The first one is shift your own reasoning. Why? And let me tell you why, because that happened to me also. We are amazing. Latinos are amazing. And not only the people that are speaking in this event, and not only the people that are the audience in this event, the community overall is amazing. It's not true that we mostly are using, all kinds of help from the government. And it's not true that we are always struggling. According to the US Census, 15% of Latinos live in poverty. But what about the other 85%? Do you ever hear anybody talking about them? Because they should be talked about, because they're driving the economy. So shift your reasoning, embed these numbers in your brain, because you will not only be able to have a voice to change the narrative, but you will actually absorb them and act on them, because you deserve it and you've earned it. So shift your own mindset, please, first. The second call to action is speak out. You literally will help to change this blind spot that Latinos are if you tell this to your kids, if you tell this to your boss, to your employees, to your clients, to everybody. So speak out. We are privileged to be also driving tremendously the growth in social media. Use your social media to spread these words. Number 3, demand metrics. And that's what we're doing with the reports that we do. We go to the companies in Hollywood and we say, hey, Discovery, you don't have one single show with a Latino lead. What are you going to do about it? Because we're having the press covering it. And so demand metrics wherever you are, those are the metrics we do at the Latino Donor Collaborative. But wherever you are in your corporation, if you have a business and you're doing procurement to a company, if you are, if you're applying for kids for universities, demand metrics, because Latinos need to know how we know already how we're advancing the growth in this country, and we need to catch up also in the tables that we can sit in the schools that we can attend to, and in the C-suites that we should be participating. Again, numbers by Nielsen that tell us the metrics. And again, metrics are so important. The other one is, think about you as a consumer every time you go to the store. The example that I told you about Walmart's growth coming 92% from Latinos, when you're choosing brands, think about the ones that you've seen advertised and who actually portrays people that look like you well, right? So I'm going to give you an example, a bad example, but Baby Gap they just did not, and we actually had meetings with their advertising agencies. They just did not have Latino babies. They had all kinds of colors of babies, but they didn't. And you now know where Baby Gap is, right? When we Latinos, and this is another report that we did with Nielsen, when we Latinos see ourselves in programming, in advertising, in interviews, in the news, we consume more of that product. Well, use it. Use it so that we send messages and people start including us more there. So again, develop a solid identity as a consumer, because and I sound like I'm giving you a lecture. I don't want to give you a lecture. I just get super excited. Forgive me. I think Ileana and Sandra know that I get so passionate about this, but it's in any way a lecture. It's just tools. And I hope that you take it as that, because we're so proud of our numbers and we're so proud of our community that we just wanted to shine. I always say, I'm not showing off. I'm just stating facts. So number 5 is something that everybody has, spoken about, which is support Latinas, right? Latinas being recruited, Latinas being promoted, and Latinas being retained also, right? When somebody has a problem at a corporation, come by. I mean, ask for, how can you write a letter, or how can you help, et cetera, et cetera. And then last but not least, and this is how I'm going to close, is use the power of your voice. And it kind of summarizes everything that I just said, which is, your voice, what you speak, right? What you talk, when you speak out, that's what I wanted to say. When you actually raise your hand, instead of staying quiet, raise your hand. Calladita no te ves más bonita. We cannot emphasize it enough. Another kind of voice is your vote. And I'm not in any way being political, but when we complain about what the government is doing, and we didn't vote, that's not a good thing. Like, our vote matters. Some of us come from countries where probably our vote didn't matter before. But in the United States, this vote matters. So use your vote. That's your best political voice. And then finally, use the power of your purse. Support brands that are good to you. Support brands that you feel proud when they actually come out with new products, when you feel like they're listening to you, when you feel like there was a department of research behind saying, hey, Latinas are buying 20% of the diapers. Let's target them. Support those people, right? I think about Jessica Alba, who always, she's very proud of who she is. She's a Latina, and she always comes up with some kind of like, oh, my brown baby is so-and-so. I support Jen, not only because she's a Latina, but because every time I think about diapers, I think about her talking about her brown babies with her diapers. So all in all, the big call to action is use the power of your voice. Don't be calladita, te ves más bonita. Remember what Beatriz said. Neither, also this thing about, what her mother said. I don't know if you guys saw the first interview with Beatriz, but Beatriz was saying that her mother was saying, well, then at least say, con la boca abierta no entran con la boca cerrada no entran las moscas. No, none of that works. But what I want you to do is to use your voice, and please use this information for everything that you do. I hope it empowers every moment of your life, professional and personal. And Ileana and Sandra, again, what a joy. You guys are doing a terrific job with United Latinas, and it was an honor to be here.
What There are no powers after that. To your point, information is power. I know that I've seen this information from many of your talks again and again, and I'm still baffled because we still fall into previous, habits and practices and behaviors, and don't realize the impact that those can have for the power of us, right? As a community, for our families, for the future generations. So it's important that we hammer these numbers again and again and again until we make them our own, right? Like part of our second nature. Thank you so much, Anna, for the great work that you and the Latino Donor Collaborative do. And I know that we have, together, United Latinas and the Latino Donor Collaborative, we have a lot of plans in place for this year. So everybody that's here, be on the lookout, because there's a lot of other surprises for this year and moving forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you again, guys. Bye.
Thank you. There is power when we unite. There is power when we come together. I think that is often like we think about it and we're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But then we don't do anything about it. The fact is, and it has been proven here in this event and all of our previous events, that there is power when we come together. So I want to invite all of you to become part of what we're building at United Latinas. We are looking for individuals who have hunger, who have hearts, who have potential, who say, you know what, I'm tired of quedándome calladita. I want to voice. I want to expand my network. I want to live this life fully, period, right? I want to live this life fully and dare myself to be the best version of myself. So I want to invite you to become part of what we're building at United Latinas and become part of this network, because we want to amplify your voices. We want to empower your stories. We want to see them. We want to read them. We want to resonate with them, because that is what we do at United Latinas. And all of that helps us all move forward collectively as an organization and as individuals. It helps us individually move forward and feel like we matter and like we have a voice that matters, and we are obligated and responsible to making sure that we ensure that our voice matters, because we were here first. Okay, we were already here. Okay, so let's make sure that we ensure that our children and our grandchildren have the power and don't grow up feeling calladita te ves más bonita, that they grow up feeling I am more empowered and I make more of a difference when I speak my mind and I share my voice and I share my thoughts about what I want the world, the future world that we live in, to look like. So those are my thoughts. I have grasped so much beautiful knowledge of all of you. Thank you so much for everything. But we want to give some last minute giveaways, don't we, Ileana?
Yes, we do. And we've been gathering, we're saving the chat, we're saving your names. So we'll be reaching out to all the people that won something, either the premium membership for United Latinas or one of the books or one of the merch that we have. Check us out on our website so that you are, become a member of this incredible community and keep track of all the different events that we have coming up. We have our Tuesday leadership meeting. Everybody's invited to that, where we are going to network. We're going to continue to see how we help each other out. You'll find out more about how we can help you and hear what you need from us, right? This is a platform for you to rise in any way, in any form. So stay appraised of that. And we have, yes, we have some more books. We have some more merch to give out. So remember, before you leave, to drop your name, to drop your LinkedIn if you haven't already done so. I don't know if you can save your chat, because I've been seeing some comments there about people asking if you can save the chat. If you cannot save the chat, don't worry, we will save the chat. And then if you join our Slack, We will put the chat saved in our Slack that's open again to everybody. So join our Slack and you'll be able to see the chat there so that you can then connect also with each other if you haven't had the time, because I know that it's been a lot today. So do we have also the link for people to join our the Slack?
I just
There you go. Yeah. There we go. So make sure that you join our Slack. If you are not able to do that today, send us a message through our website or connect with us on our LinkedIn, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, on our Twitter pages. Send us a message through there. We're always monitoring them. Send us smoke signals, whatever. You'll be able to find us somewhere. Connect with Sandra, connect with me, and we'll make sure that we help you out in whatever way we can, because that's what this community is all about, to help each other. Sandra, it's a wrap.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, we launched a book this month. If you have not purchased our book, Extraordinary Latinas, many of the speakers that have been in this conference has been part of our book. Oops, the thing can't show us, but it's Extraordinary Latinas book. Maybe if I go back here.
There you go.
All right. So if you have not purchased our book, feel free to go on Amazon. It is available on Amazon, Extraordinary Latinas Volume 2. And you will hear more of the stories of the speakers that we have had in this space. But this is about elevating each other. This United Latinas, I feel so like in gratitude, of all of you that have shared your voices and shared your hearts and has said, you know what, this is a mission that is important. This is a mission that does matter, that we make sure that our voices, one another, matters, because we all have different stories to share, and we all have different impact that we have had on life and different impact that we can share upon others. So I am feeling, this is gratitude day for me. I'm just grateful for all of the comments that I have been seeing on the chat, and just feeling overwhelmed with love of this resonates with others. And that is our mission, to make sure that we're making an impact and making others feel like they are heard and they matter. And this calladita te ves más bonita, that is no longer. Let's destroy that. Let's break that. Let's get loud. Let's make sure that our voices are heard. Let's make sure that we are passionate about making positive change for the future of our communities and for the future of corporations. We know what needs to happen. We know what needs to how we can connect with one another. And I am just in a happy place. I am just like in awe with all of our speakers and all of I have like notes. It's a scribble. It's a scribble because I have a pen. I am a pen to paper person. But Anna, Beatrice, Sammy, Luisa, Lisette, Carolina, Anna, Anaya, like this is an powerful.
Awesome. So before we leave, actually, we still have panelists. I can see you. If you want to turn quickly your camera on so that we all together say goodbye. Those of you that are still on, if you want to say goodbye before we leave.
Sammy, Lisette, Carolina.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for your words of wisdom, of empowerment. Thank you so much for being a part of United Latinas and supporting our mission. Thank you, everybody, for being with us for 4 hours. I hope you're as empowered, as inspired, as energized as we all are. Thank you so much. And see everybody next week in our event, and good luck everywhere in the world you are. Thank you.
Let's make change. Make sure you join us at United Latinas.